Hey guys, it's me. Hey, it's me guys. Tonight I'm going to be doing a kind of questions and answer with a guest. He'll be here in a little bit, so until then, kind of just kill some time and see what's going on. Hey Jesse, how's it going? Hey Blue Fire. I'm going to be killing a little time, guys, and then I'm going to have a guest on here. We'll do some questions and answers to the guest. But how you guys doing right now? I'm kind of killing time right now till I get the message from the guest. So today's drink sponsor is Pepsi Blue. It says berry flavored cola. All it does is taste like Pepsi Clear back in the day with blue in it. It doesn't taste berry at all, so I think they lied, or I just got a bad batch. Is anyone working on anything today? Just got the message, guys. About 10 more minutes, and our guest will be ready. Is there any questions anyone has up until the guest gets here? How's everyone liking the heat? So I know there's that big heat wave. Doing good today, except for 95 and printing goodies. Hoodies. Oh, yeah, that heat's horrible. And them hoodies, I don't think you're going to need them today. Yeah, that heat is not fun whatsoever right now. My shop is right around 120, 130. More running the dryer. It is very unpleasant. And then the other shop I'm working out of, it's sitting right around, today we had 90 something with the normal temp. With the humidity, we're close to 100. Wow, it's for a local guy. Apparently that local guy hadn't seen the heat outside, or he just works inside and they need hoodies. Which, hey, you can't beat that. Yeah, the heat, though, it was pretty miserable working. We've got fans. We don't have anything else in the other shop. And we're not running the dryers or anything in there. It's just another shop. But it's one way in, one way out, so you can't pull, like, open both sides of a building to pull kind of convection and pull the air through. You pull air in, but there's nowhere for it to go, and it's a very tall ceiling, so you're more or less just trapping it in and mixing the air up. Wall interview. No, Mike, I'm going to actually be interviewing Mike the Entrepreneur, Mike. But he'll be here in a few minutes. So I'm just more or less killing time right now. So, yeah, it's just killing. Well, there it is. Lost where I had my thing at. I don't ask, but maybe there are a meat packing place or like a frozen food place. Yeah, I was going to say, when I was a I used to be a meat manager, and I was a butcher. We would always have like either keep a hoodie on, or I mean, we still had our butcher jacket, but I mean, it was always cold in there. It was right around 40, 30 something to 40, depending. And then if you walk in our blast freezers, it was really cold. So yeah, I mean, I don't blame it at all. Oh, I see what you're saying, Mike. Yeah, I guess I'll have to fix that after because I can't fix it now. But one thing else, Mike, I will have the video soon. But the ink and all that's in here for the UV printer. So we'll be running it soon. We even got flushing fluid, cleaning fluid. I've got, of course, all the CMYK inks. But I got all that in, Mike. So I will be running that soon. Doing a little test on it, I guess. Nice. Did a full day of printing for a big new Ford Transit van wrap today. Is that the one you posted on there, Mike, with the ducks? Hey, Denise, how's it going? Because in that photo, Mike, it looked like, I know you got the Epson, but it looked like a Roland almost. So is that the Epson? I just didn't see the color right. You guys drying out up there, Denise? I know we're getting a big rain tomorrow. We're supposed to get almost 2 inches, 2.5 inches of rain. So I'm hoping it doesn't come in, but I also got a 4-day weekend. So after tomorrow, I'm off. So I'm kind of glad with that. Trying to get that production done before I leave town Friday. Dance floor wrap in the morning too. Yeah, I got one thing to do and then heading out. So I'm going to try to get it knocked out before the weekend gets here. So hopefully I'll get it maybe done part of the day tomorrow or Friday at best. And then I do got a bunch of videos coming up. Got a call from the second financee also. He wants his wrapped after I finish this one. Franchisee. Okay. Need to make time for more videos myself. Yeah, Honestly, Mike, what I do is I'll get in little kicks and I'll do like 5 or 6 of them when I do them, and then literally I just air them throughout whenever I get time, or try to spread them out throughout the week. Like I've got stuff for the direct to garment or direct to film where I unloaded it, and it's been sitting there literally that video anyways. It's been sitting almost 2-3 months now. I just never upload because like there's more I want to add to it every time I work on it. And so that one's been sitting there, but I've got stuff I've recorded. And then sometimes I'll just do a quick video just to get it out of there. Question. You hear and see storms coming in the distance. Do you keep printing or take the chance and shut down the dryer and wait till it passes? What I normally do, depending on what kind of storm, if it's just rain, which I mean, there always can be thunder with rain, but if it's just raining, depending on how bad it's raining, I might stay running. Just because like the thing with the dryer, I have had the power go out one time when I was running the dryer. And what happened, it didn't come right back on either. So luckily we had some brooms there. We pushed the shirts out because they were stuck under the setup. So I didn't want to get them burnt. So I stay running, but I always have something ready just in case it catches fire. So you can get them out. But if I stopped every time I seen rain, I'd kind of be a little trouble. But I'm pretty cautious on that. We've got backup generators and all that. So, okay, guys. So tonight, the guest that we have on here is Mike, the Entreprenerd. And we're going to be bringing him in. So here he comes. Hey, Mike, how's it going?
Not too bad. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear. You sound good.
Okay, great.
I hear you
on my
good.
laptop, I haven't. Well, I guess that's all that matters then, right?
Yeah. So yeah. How's it going up in Canada?
So how's life treating you? I love your new shirt, by the way.
Thank you. This is, well, the logo is one I've had. As you knew, I had the logo, but we threw it on. I got some random colors in, and the green kind of just a different one, but it went with the banana and pickle. So
digging it. It's great looking.
Figured it would be something different. So
it's a very, very clever logo.
Yeah.
Very clever.
It's one of many.
Very marketable. Yeah. So how's business going? How are things for you?
It is very good. Kind of over busy. The weather's making it bad. I don't know how the heat waves up where you're at, but I know you guys have been getting some rain in that area. But we've been just overwhelmed with work, and the weather though makes it worse because the production slows down when it's that hot, and it's hard to get everything out. And then getting things in, like for instance, I got some more ink in for the other printer that we're testing, and then trying to keep everything running smooth, but it's going good. So no major complaints here. So are you guys still shut down?
Nice. Yeah, we've had some heat. Well, actually, we just reopened up stage 1. We're heading into stage 2 in a few days, actually. So I'm hoping the process goes a little faster. I mean, it's kind of nerve-wracking. I got a lot on the line right now, and this COVID is making things very interesting and tough to run because I run a lot of brick and mortar stuff. And I'm just opening a store now, and I can't even have really that many customers in to buy stuff, right? So it's like, wow, kind of scary.
So are they letting, cause like here in the States, it kind of somewhat different how we have different levels of like places that we're allowed to open, different, so many people allowed in at a time. Is that the same way in Canada? Or is it?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
how does that work with it? Because I know you got a few different stores and all that. How does it work, for instance, on the comic book side? Are they big on letting you guys open up, or are they big on limiting the people?
They're big on limiting the people. We're only allowed 15% capacity of the store at one time.
Wow.
Until we get into stage 2, and then I think it's like 20 or 30%.
Yeah.
Of the amount of people can come in. Excuse me. Oh,
that's fine.
One of those days. Oh, Liberty's saying, hey, Juan.
So
Oh,
now,
Nova's out.
is a lot of people hesitant up there about going back into stores, or are they ready to go back in? Or
Well, as soon as they opened some things up, like our Walmart, there was a lineup that was easily half a kilometer long, probably 200 people in line to get into the store. And they're checking everybody's temperature as you're walking in. They're like scanning your head. Feels like a sci-fi movie, right? But they're like, bleep. You know, you're that guy in the lineup that's terrified that you're
gonna test high on a high temp that day, and
right? And then like the cops and SWAT and everything have put you on the ground. No, they don't do that, but it seems like it could happen right now.
I remember, like, in our area, they were doing that at a lot of the stores at the very beginning. Like, literally, you have to walk in, they had the temp gun there. You had to be, like, say, if you had a fever and all that. I'm like, I'm just trying to buy some groceries. I'm trying to get some toilet paper. And they're like, up against the wall, let us check your temperature. And it's kind of.
Hey, did you guys have a toilet paper shortage the second that this whole COVID began?
Yeah, it was very bad. That, and then we had a meat shortage. The worst was the toilet paper, though, because even it's funny, like, for the shop and all that, I get that Charmin jumbo mega roll that's like this big around, and literally they stopped delivering it because they were on back order because the COVID hit, and like they just finally, because we were on the subscription thing where it just sends so many every month, but it literally was on a shortage on that. And then when you went in the stores, they were limited. So like if they had like the big 24 pack, you got lucky. If they only had like a 4-pack and you grabbed 2 of them at one time, they were actually on the checkout. They had someone there, and if you had 2, they're like only 1. So if that guy got the 24 and you got the 4, you kind of got shafted on it because you couldn't get 2 and add up to that. You're only allowed what they had, and it was kind of crazy with it.
At that moment, you buy up as much as you can and sell it by the roll outside.
Well, I used to joke with people. I said, I just go in there, use their bathroom, and just take a gym bag and just unroll it off the roll inside of there, and
exactly, they got
sell it that way,
right?
It was kind of crazy about it, and then and then we're on a shortage right now of lumber. We're not really short, but the price, where we do get a lot of lumber from Canada, and then that shut down. The lumber yards here shut down, and literally the price of wood is almost double what it's been. Like to build a deck, you're probably looking at, you got a second mortgage your house to build a little 10 by 10 deck on a back. So I mean, it's kind of number 2 pencils are pretty pricey too. Which is, it's kind of crazy because I mean, stuff that you would never think would be that.
Actually, you know what?
Go ahead.
You know what though? We have the same thing. Our wood is incredibly high priced right now for everything, and like right now, I have a contractor in the comic shop, and they're taking down walls and putting stuff up and everything, right? And just, you know, your standard shelving that you think would be like $20 at Walmart is like $300, and you're like, wow, you know, like it's just ticking away so fast. But what can you do? There's a shortage here too, which is very odd.
Yeah,
I mean, we have one of the biggest forests.
Yeah, you guys got one of the biggest forests out. What is Alberta and all that over in that area where it's just all that stuff, and it's kind of funny because go ahead.
Last year we had a lot of fires out there, right? And it really did damage a lot. Like we had a lot of fires out that way. Yeah.
Yo, that's like, I bought some 2x4s the other day, and literally them 2x4s were $9. And I'm not buying like 20 footers. I'm buying stud walls, which are the short, literally they're 7 foot something, and $8 to $9. And then the other place was $10 for them. I'm like, I remember paying a year ago, paying like $2-3 for them things and thinking it was even overpriced then for how kind of unstraight they were. These ones that I bought now, there was not a good selection. They were all crooked. And I was like, man, this price is insane. I mean, you kind of had to be cautious with what you make on them. And
yeah, pick your projects right,
yeah,
right? Like budget everything, you know, which was $1,000 for, well, 10 by 10 deck, like you're talking about, in Canada was about $3,500 just 2 years ago.
yeah,
Now you're easily about $5,000-6,000, and that's just inflation on wood, on wages, because they gave everybody like raised our minimum wage to $14 an hour, and then it's still going up to 15 this year, and this is just minimum wage. So I mean, like, if I got some guy in one of the stores that's just sweeping the floor, I have to pay him what I pay one of my other guys that are working like a 3D printer, or the guys
yeah.
that do the artwork and stuff, you know, like.
See, I've always been against minimum wage because I've always looked at it this way: you'll pay the people for what they're worth, or how hard they work and all that. And the thing is like when you have minimum wage, you lock into that, like kind of like you said, and not nothing wrong with janitors, but you'll pay someone to sweep the floors and change toilet paper. You're paying them as much as literally you're paying some of your people that you've had a few years, because you can't afford to give that other guy the $18 an hour because the prices aren't there, or you got to overcharge. And then people are like, hey, you're charging $10 for this thing that was $5 last year. And it's just because you got to make up all their other pay. And it's kind of what I told people. I said, when you raise the minimum wage, what people don't look at, every item goes up. Like milk, which I say that funny as everyone knocks how I say milk, but milk literally like at the Walmart used to be like $1. Now, even just because of that, it's like $1.49. And then the other Walmart, it's $2.19 to $2.20. And it's one of them things I told people. I said, you're not going to get a dollar menu when you got to pay someone at that counter $15 an hour. Your dollar menu goes away. You're going to start having a $2 or $3 menu. And so you're not really gaining anything by paying that person more. You're just bringing the price of every item up higher to balance out that pay raise on there. Because most companies will pay.
Oh, exactly.
The employees, when they work good, they'll pay them that higher percentage also. I mean, they're not trying to like scam on people. They'll try to give them what the employee's worth because they know it keeps them there. And when you're mandated to pay them a higher fee, it's kind of hard to keep people there, or you've got to ask a lot more out of the people, and they don't want to work it. I mean, some of them will, some of them won't. When you're like, hey, this pay last year was, you only happen to do this. This year you got to do this, this, and this, and it really changes how it really goes.
It does. It does. Like, you know, and I'm not against paying my guys what they're worth, and that even sounds terrible, but I mean what their position eventually pays, not what they're worth, because a person is like, who knows, you know, what their worth is. But I mean, if I got to give somebody a raise in the store, and it happened overnight, this is the whole thing that happened in Canada, is it was $10 minimum wage, and then the next morning I was paying everybody $14 minimum wage. And I just sit back and I'm thinking, well, if I had to give everybody raises, like, I would pay my guys that are a little more skilled a little more money, because they have skill that they brought to the company. You're sweeping a floor. It doesn't take much skill. I know this because I own a cleaning company, and I mean, a Roomba and a mop could like replace me, right? So like, really, you got to pay where it's worth it.
And then the bad thing too, that employee that you've had there, let's say 2 or 3 years, now he's making the same as that guy that just entered. So he kind of feels bad about it. He's like, hey, he's getting the same as I am. And so now you either got to give him that raise to make him that higher amount, or you got to try to figure something to make him not feel as bad that you can't afford to give the raise because you had to pay everyone else $4 more per hour instead of just one person. And
right. And here in Ontario, like, because I'm in Canada, we're in Ontario. Usually I'd like to say that's the home of the cold, but lately it's been like, it's hot, man. It's like you go where you are up in Kentucky. It would be like me moving to Kentucky. It is hot up here, right? But yeah, for us entrepreneurs in Ontario, we get taxed the highest taxes in all of Canada. Out of every province in Canada, the highest taxes come here in Ontario. So we got to pay higher taxes. We got to pay higher wages. Our insurance has no cap anymore. Where, you know, a couple of years ago, it wasn't too bad paying 70, 80 bucks a month because, you know, you got some guys and you want to make sure everything's insured and everything's covered, right? But now that 70 or 80 bucks is like 220 bucks, 230 bucks. And you're like, nobody got hurt. Why'd you raise the price? Like,
Yeah.
you know, like, what if I got to pay you?
It's because the insurance
no
companies have to compensate for total coverage on everybody. Where before, when you would pick up someone that wasn't insured, they still had to pay that, but they weren't paying on everyone because everyone else. So now they got to pay for everybody, and it's one of them things that, like, because in the States here, that's one of the big arguments right now of national coverage and all that. And then what happens, because which you've talked about it before, when you've had your heart stroke, heart attack, is the service you normally get is sometimes you can be waiting to see doctors on things, where here you get the good doctors because we're paying them, is what it boils down to. So that's the thing when you go to government or social health care, you're not always getting seen by the best, and everyone's you might have to wait a little while. If you broke an arm, you're not going to get it set right away or get what you need sometimes. And usually every place that has it, most people I know that are in them countries, they're not really happy with it when it boils down to what they had before.
Yeah, but in some aspects, our healthcare system is amazing. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I was a rough and tumble kid. I played on my bike. I played hockey, skateboard, wrestled. You know, you break a finger, you go get it fixed. You go out that night, have a couple of beers. Everything's fine, whatever, right? You go back to the way it is. In the States, you break a finger, it could cost you $10,000, right? Like,
yeah, literally. Yeah. I've got insurance. I got my medical bill yesterday for the kidney stones, and it was like $2,500. That was just the one part of it. I've got another one. I've got like really good insurance too, and that's how much I'm paying out of my pocket on top of like on my insurance per month too. And I'm like, man, that's really. I mean, I see both sides because, like, my mom, she's had congestive heart failure a lot, and she's had quadruple bypass. And that quadruple bypass costs us $250,000 because the doctor, he did it pro bono in another state, but in the state they wouldn't do it. And so we went to another state where they were going to do the surgery. It was a $250,000 surgery. And most people here in the States or even in Canada, I'm sure, don't make $250,000 a year to pay for the medical bills.
Oh, absolutely not.
And so I see always pluses and minuses. And like here, what happens, the doctor usually do pro bono on stuff if you got a fairly established doctor. But the thing too is like we were still nailed all the other costs. Like the hospital didn't cover their amount. So we had to pay the hospitalization, and it was open heart surgery. So she was in there a few weeks, and they really get you on the hospital stay and all that. And Tylenol is like $60 in a hospital when it's 10 cents over the counter, but they kind of get you on all them little things. So,
and everything went well with your mom, I take it, right? Like the surgery and everything went well.
Yeah. Like okay. She said that was a long time ago. Like that was when I was in 6th grade. Like she lives in the hospital pretty much. It's bad to say that, but she's had a total, I think 4 or 5 heart surgeries. She's had her lung removed. You name it, she's had it pretty much. So she's got Alzheimer's, and even that's like they cover some of her medicine, but they don't cover all of it. And so it's kind of, and it's the ones that are like really expensive. Like another good example, I take like where I've got both Achilles torn and I've got other issues and all that. So I take quite a few medicines, but like a general thing like heartburn medicine, I've tried everything, like the Pepsis, all the different ones that are covered on the insurance. The one that works, my doctor gives me free, but my insurance won't cover it. It's $1,100 a month for heartburn medicine. So I literally joke with him. I'm like, because he always calls me when he has them, when they drop it off. I'm like, I'm not paying $1,100. I'll deal with heartburn, because to me, it's insane to pay that for. I mean, it works, but heartburn's not going to kill me, and so I'm not paying $1,100 on something.
That is a lot of money. You know what? $1,100 in Canada, like our prices are ridiculous. You're sitting here talking about milk going up to $2.20, and I'm like,
Yeah,
what?
you guys are probably paying higher up there right now than
$5.
yeah.
$5 bag of milk, $3 a loaf of bread. Like $3 a bag of pasta, and
Yeah, like I was saying here, we kind of some of it we take for granted. Like Walmart, our bread's 99¢, and then I mean we do have the high end bread, like the Wonder Loaf, which is $3. But like the Walmart brand, it's like 99¢in the city I'm in, and that's what I told people where I've been all around the country, and I'm like, it's funny when you see prices and all that. Like I've been to Alaska, and like I'm sure now with especially how everything is, I'm sure milk up there is probably about $10 a gallon or higher, just because it's got to be shipped in. And I mean, it's like when I was up there when I was younger, it was way more than what it was worth. So I'd hate to see the number now, how much a gallon of milk is up there.
Well, we get it in liter bags, and we usually get like 4 liters per bag, which is like 1 more liter than your gallon, right? Because your gallon's only 3 liters. So, and we pay about $5, but going out in Alaska area and stuff like that, and the farther areas of Canada, it's $13-14 for just a bag of milk. It's $9 for a carton of eggs in some of those areas.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've got a friend up in Alberta that has a screen printing shop, and like he's always sending me Northern Lights in the winter time. But he was like always sends me like he'll message how much food is on some of the things, and I'm like, that's insane on some of that stuff. Or like of course how all the snow he gets up there. Like I grew up in Michigan where we get snow, but the snow that they have up there is just, and the cold temperatures. Like he messaged me this winter, like he showed me every day it was like -30. And I was like, man, that's just really rough to try to work in that stuff. Cause especially he works in the sign stuff. I'm like, how do you guys install signs in this stuff? And he's like, we got a small window every year. And it's kind of one of them things that just, it varies. It's when you've been around to different places and you see that it puts in perspective kind of how lucky some people, like for instance, Americans are. They don't always look at it that way, but it does open like you can look and be like, wow, it's kind of nice to have it that low. And then some people on here are like 4 liters, because we're in gallons where you guys are in liters. And
yeah, it's subtle differences, but I mean, basically Canada and the US are like very similar in a lot of ways. I would like to say they are similar, but my mom's American and I'm now applying for dual citizenship this year, right? And I drove truck all over the southern states, like everywhere. And there are some very subtle differences between our nations. And a lot of it comes to, I think TV portrays Canada differently in the US than Canada actually is.
Yeah.
And like I've had people in Buffalo be like, how cold is it in Canada? I'm like, you realize you can see Canada if you just look right there, right? Like, yeah, we're just as cold as you are.
Yeah, and then what's funny, New York's up there above where, like for instance, where I'm in Michigan, where the Canada right there, and I'm like, they're higher up there, so they don't understand that higher you go in the equator, the colder it gets. And it's funny, they'll ask them questions like that, like, oh, is it that cold, or they got bears up there, or this. And I'm like, it's some things go across, like they don't stop at the border and things like, oh, we follow this line. It's like some Americans actually think that, and
yeah, the bear knows not to cross the sign. It's walking up there, and it's like, oh, that's the border. I don't have a passport. I'm just going to turn around, go back on my side, I'm
going to take my loonies and head back home. And
right, yeah, and we got loonies and toonies. I mean, like, the day we got rid of the $2 bill, I was actually kind of upset because, like, I was like, you don't think we already sound weird with a loony? Now we have a toonie and a toque and poutine? Like, you don't think we get picked on enough? Like, our money is colorful and smells like maple syrup, like the $100 bills. Like,
you guys still pay homage to the Queen on all your money. You have her on there.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. But you weren't too far away, being in Detroit, because I used to cross.
Well, see, and I've got family members that are Canadian. And so I've spent many a summers in Canada. And I mean, it's back then it was like, it ain't like it is now. Like literally you drive across the border all day long, no questioning, no passports. And literally, I mean, what are you doing up here? Vacationing, but like nothing at all. It's not like ever since 9/11, it changed a bunch on getting across, getting back and forth. And then now it's up to you got to have your passport to cross, where back when I was younger, I mean, it was just every weekend you drive across, nothing, no one thought nothing about it. And then especially too, once you cross on the border, and as you know, right in the earlier parts right there, it's not just, it doesn't flip to kilometers. I mean, it's written in kilometers, but it's got mileage too. So Americans that cross in them areas, it's just plain as day. You don't even think nothing about it. And it's not like people think on TV that they speak French when they, in them parts, it's, you've got to go way up there for the French. And which my great grandmother, that's all she spoke though. She spoke French, and they were way up there, but it was kind of, most people don't speak French. It's only, it's in the further provinces, but kind of people see it on the news and all that. But the maple syrup's a plus.
And there's a stereotype that all Canadians are extremely nice.
Yeah, I was gonna say everyone gets that where they do that in the movies and things and all that, where they're like, they'll never punch anyone, they'll never do anything. And
well, I'm letting everybody know you're wrong. You're dead wrong.
Yeah. Well, see, that's like when Michael Moore did that the video thing about the whole gun issue thing.
Did I move this off the camera?
No, it's fine. It doesn't bother me. It's okay.
All right.
It's Canadian. That's your national water up there.
It is. I probably got more of that in my system than the water in the tap.
But that's like when Michael Moore did that thing, and of course he went over to Canada, and he was like, "Look, their doors are unlocked." Which, depending on where you're at, like for instance, my doors are unlocked here, but no one's coming up to my house, as everyone's seen on the satellite. If you did, you got lost and you needed help anyways. But like he did that thing, so everyone portrayed every Canadian as, and then he pulled up the thing. He was like, "Well, the crime rate over there was one murder, and it was done by a U.S. citizen that traveled over there." And I'm like, they do got higher murder rate than, like, he made it sound like nothing happens over there. And I'm like, they have problems. It's not as bad in some areas. I mean, because Detroit's a separate thing. When you have the crime rate in Detroit, all Michigan's not that bad in crime rate. It's just the area where it's at. But he made it sound like it was like night and day difference. And I told people, I was like, I've been both right over there. It's not, I mean, it is better, but there's some rougher areas too, depending where you're at over there. It's not like it's all, everyone's all,
no. But you know what? Speaking of Detroit, I used to drive truck, and my dispatcher and some of the people in that area, when you would pull into the truck stop, would be like, "Hey guys, you should probably leave, get out of Detroit overnight," because of how bad some of those areas were. Those are some of the scariest areas I've ever been, other than like Harlem. I got parked in Harlem with a truck full of electronics, and I start hearing what I think is firecrackers. Pop, 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 pop. I'm like, "Oh, firecrackers." Start looking out the window, and somebody's like, "Those are gunshots. Get your head in there." I'm like, "Gunshots? Wait, what?" They're like, "Yeah, gunshots." Well, I'm leaving. I fired up the truck and drove to the next state and parked in the truck stop. I was like, "Forget it. We're Canadian. We don't shoot at nothing."
Yeah. Well, see, that's like I said, Detroit, there's rough areas, and there's, you got to remember too, there's mansions in Detroit too, but there are a lot of rough areas. I mean, it's always top crime rate every year per capita and all that. But I've told people, I said, it's one of them things too. If you've been up there and lived, you know, areas you don't go in, you know, areas you do, but someone like you said, as a trucker, you don't, it's not on your map. They don't circle things, don't go here. And it's kind of, so it's one of them things like that. It's not known until kind of you pull in there. When you live there, it's kind of a different story. So,
you know, in most areas of Canada, though, to be honest, like you could park your truck down a dark alley and get out and just walk up and not really have anything to worry. Maybe in some areas like Vancouver and some areas of Toronto, but other than that, no, not really. I mean, you could just get out and walk around. You don't have to worry about getting mugged. I mean, the most you're going to get is like somebody being like, "Hey, you got $5," you know, because they're homeless. That's a big thing going on right now. We have a lot of homeless, which is terrible.
Yeah, especially some maple syrup. No. And yeah, I don't carry maple syrup. People think that, but
our maple syrup goes for like $20 for a bottle about this big.
Yeah. Well, see, and what's funny, I've got some friends in Maryland, and they'll argue that theirs is better than Canadian maple syrup. It's it's just one of their little arguments. Like, well, we're the best maple. I'm like, well, that's a whole country that makes it up there, and
it is, right? Like,
it's kind of like I always argue with him on that because he's like, oh, it's so good. I'm like, well, it's good, but I was like, it's kind of you can't really win that one. And then like some of the things different. Like I told someone like when I was little, we'd go up there all the time. Well, the petting zoo's up there, the one that at least what I remember, that was the first time like I literally had to go to the hospital, but I got speared by a deer. They had the petting zoos up there, and it was like open. It wasn't like through the cage. You were out there with the deer feeding them, and it was a little button buck or spike buck, and it got mad I was feeding the other ones, and it just came up and guarded me from behind, flicked me up, tossed me, and poked me in the back, and had to go to the hospital. But I told people, I was like, it was different because here you don't really have them in many areas, that it's just open like that, and it was just up there. It was in that area anyways was more common because we used to go there every summer, but that was the only year I ever had an accident with a deer. But
usually they'll just leave you alone, I guess. But if you're in a petting zoo, it's a different story.
Yeah, and you've got food, and it wants food, and it's getting jealous. And I think I was like 5 or 6, something like that. So like to me, it's no major difference there on to deer to that. So
now you guys have rattlesnakes and stuff, though, like.
Yeah, the only poisonous snake in Michigan is the Massasauga rattler, which they do have a rattlesnake but it's up north. It's not like the lower parts, and so I don't know how high that one goes across the equator over there. Like I don't think it swims across the water, but we've got rattlesnakes, copperheads, and cottonmouths. Them are 3 poisonous snakes in Kentucky, and then we've got brown recluses, which is a spider that bites and your skin deteriorates, and we've got black widows. And the black widow, no one's ever been killed in the state from the bite. So, I mean, it's a painful bite, but your skin don't deteriorate. The brown recluses, your skin will rot away and a kind of a plug out. And then they're also called fiddler spiders because on the back, when you look close, it looks like a fiddle.
Jeez, if I ever seen one of those in my house, I'd just burn the house down. I'd be like, forget it. I don't live here no more.
Well, you know, the crazy thing, the barn that I work out over the building out there, if I really try, every corner there's one in there. It's one of the things. I mean, it's not like I keep it as a pet. It's my guard pet. So, but they go to dark areas and all that, and that it just happens to be where that one I don't leave the lights on all the time. I'm not red roof in, so it tends to they find them, but it's not an aggressive spider where it's going to look to go bite you. And I mean, I try to kill them if I see them, but I'm not going to go like out of my way to run every corner and smack them. But if I really wanted to see one, I could go out there and record one pretty easy.
I'd be killing that thing left, right, and center.
But see, on the thing and I don't know if I recorded it on here. Like when I was showing people how to do encapsulations on like a 2-part epoxy to encapsulate things. And so in one of the videos, I encapsulated my staples from when they staple my Achilles up. And then the other one, I put black widows in it because literally in the wintertime, right after, I guess you'd say the mating season, they're really slow and dormant. And if I don't print, like that's not my full-time print shop. So it's just whenever I do the videos. And so the adhesive on them platens are very sticky. And usually after the little mating season where the females are out there, they'll end up on there and get stuck. And so, I mean, they're still somewhat alive. Like you can get them off and they're not going to take off running and all that, but they're near their time, I guess you'd say, because they've been stuck on there. But you just pop them off, throw them in the freezer, and then encapsulate them. But that's usually where I catch most of them when I do the encapsulation. Like I don't do a lot of them for people, and it's just the ones I've done mostly for friends, just because it's still a poisonous spider. So, and you still can get stuck if you're not careful. So it's not like I walk around looking for danger, but it's literally the ones I did. That's where I got them ones, and it was usually you can get about 10 to 15 every time. So.
Like just on the ground.
Yeah, right around them, especially during right after mating season. They're all near the things. They're all right around the press or laying around there. Yeah.
I am never coming to visit you, bro.
But you know what's funny? Like I also will have them in the bricks, like the little 8x8 bricks, construction bricks. Especially if you have them out in the yard, if you want to find them, go flip one of them bricks in the summer, and you'll find them all day long. Like when I did the paintball field, I had they were pallets, but they're the mail pallets that the mail shipped on, so it's the plastic ones. And the paintball field, we tie them together, zip tie them, and make bunkers out of them. And every time we stack them in the bottom, when it's the bottom field on my photos, every time we have them stacked down there, literally in the summer, you can open them up and you'll find one or two in every single one. Like I said, it's if you go looking for it. If you don't go looking, they're not going to come running out for you. Like they're not like dogs or come here, Ubu, come here, and I got a treat for you. It's just, but if you are going looking, you could find them. It's not unobtainable to find them. Put it that way.
It's something us Northern Canadians would absolutely look for. I remember the first time I drove to the Florida states and stuff, and we had to stay the night in Virginia, so we booked a room, decided to go swimming, and the people are like, it's really cold outside, and we're like, no, it's good, we'll go swimming. But it's the first time I ever seen like a little lizard thing run by me and run up a tree.
Yeah, I was gonna say we got the lizards everywhere here.
And I'm like, did you see that? And he's like, see what? And I'm like, there was a lizard there. He's like, what are you smoking today? I'm like, no, there was a lizard there. And it ran across and ran up the tree. He's like,
and it had a blue tail, because some of them have blue tails too, which even more.
Wow, the things you got to get used to out there is crazy though. And the price of your McDonald's. I love your McDonald's. You go there and you get 2 Big Macs for $5. Like, I would move to the U.S. just for the freaking Big Macs.
See, another thing, which they do have it up north or up in Canada, but probably not around the area you're at. We have ticks.
Yeah, we do too.
Which, like, when I was in Michigan, we didn't really get. I mean, you get them, but you don't have them as bad. And then even when I'd go up, like, we had a cottage up north in West Branch area, but you never really got them per se on you. Down here, literally, you walk through the woods, you're going to get a tick on you. Now, you can spray with Permethra, which is a chemical that prevents them from. They don't like the smell of it per se. And it's something you put on cows and all that. So it's a safe chemical. I mean, you don't eat it, but it's kind of, if you put that on you, it keeps them off you. But usually you're going to pull 1 to 2 ticks off.
I'm reading the comments, and you got Ian Z. He's like, McDonald's equals puke, man. If you drove a truck, you didn't have gourmet meals. You had what was readily available at a truck stop or at a fast food diner, and that's basically it. Unless you like going to Hooters, I like going to Hooters because I like beer.
I like their chicken strips. I mean, I actually think they're good chicken strips, and their cheese sauce is amazing with the curly fries. But that's coming from a fat kid that thinks the food's.
Yeah, look, see, and then Eddie over here, he's like, Tim Hortons #1. Do you have Tim Hortons in Kentucky?
No, we only have them in Michigan, and I know what they're like, but it's not a Southern thing.
I'm so sorry, man. You're
like
stuck.
We have the Dunkin' Donuts, and then we have all my other donut chains.
And you have Starbucks, right?
Yeah, we have Starbucks, yeah. But no Tim Hortons, so.
That's sad. Tim Hortons, if you're Canadian or if you come to Canada, that is one of the things you need to do is you need to go to Tim Hortons. It's not just coffee. I mean, like, I know I drink a lot of coffee. So as soon as I say Tim Hortons, everybody's like,
yeah, the coffee.
Here we go. Coffee, right? No, it's great. Like,
yeah, the donuts aren't bad. I mean, it's a good all around place. I mean, it's see, I'm still big on Dunkin' Donuts, which they're pretty good coffee. But there's like Eddie, Tim Hortons kicks in there. I don't know about that one. And Dunkin' Donuts gets up at 4:00 in the morning on their commercials to make the coffee.
You know what actually is a really good coffee, which surprised me because I am a huge coffee guy. I'm very picky. But Flying J truck stops along in the US, great coffee and like great pizza. They got like the twisted crust kind of thing going on. Yeah, they know what they're doing there.
See, when you brought up truck stop food, we've got this place. I'm trying to think of their name. It is the most weirdest food because you get chicken on a stick, as you know. But this one it's a curled chicken that's like 10 inches long. And I'm like, chicken breasts aren't that big. I was a butcher, and it's like literally one piece fills you, but it looks like a piece of snake. It's that long. I'm like, chicken don't grow that long. But people get it, and like we joke about it all the time. We'll stop or something like, you've got it. I've tried it once. It's fine. It tastes like chicken, but it's one of them weird things when you look at it, you're like, chicken don't look like that. It's not curled. It's not 12 inches long on a stick. And it's just very unique, but it always sells out at that place. So.
It's truckers. A lot of the time, those poor guys are underpaid, overworked, hungry, tired all the time. Because, like, if they're late, it comes off their paycheck. If I was late, it would come off my pay. You know what I mean? Like, so you don't want to be late. So you got to drive. You got to make your deadlines. You're only allowed so many hours per country to drive.
Yeah, I was gonna say you've got the hour limit, and that food. I mean, it works perfect, especially by putting it on the stick because it's convenient for you guys driving. You can eat it on the road, and it like because I got loads of trucker friends, and literally they're the ones that tell me about all these little good random stops. And it's kind of funny though because some stuff I look, I'm like, I don't know if that's good, and it's kind of like your pilots for bathrooms. Man, they're better than like rest area bathrooms because how good they clean them. Like if you got to go to the bathroom, don't wait to the rest area. Go to a port or a pilot or to Flying J's where they've got the inspections on them because they know them truckers will get mad if they're not clean and they got to sign off on it. So it's way better than a public rest area that nowhere near like they clean it once a week if you're lucky, and and then the toilet paper is not as good. I mean, you're getting high quality. It's a toilet, like say we're talking toilet paper earlier. They made a full circle, but like you get like the good quality 2-ply at them instead of the rest area. You're getting single ply that if you're lucky, if it's single ply, and so it's kind of. And then the food in there, like there's we just got one that's just starting to open, and what is it called? It's Beavers, I think it is, or something like that.
Okay, yeah.
And they're like the largest truck stops. But it's like insane how big this one's supposed to be. They've got it on, I think, 15 acres or something like that. And I think they're putting close to 100 pumps in there. And I'm like, that's just insane to see. It's not like out in Texas you have them. Around here you really don't need them. But apparently some guy was like, let's put one in.
Hey, it'll work, right? Like they make good money, you know, like you make good money because you got to pay for your internet for the night. You can use the laundry facilities. You can.
Yeah, and then if you want to use a portable AC unit they have instead of running yours. So like
like it is a nice thing because they're trying to make the truckers as comfortable as you can because like you live on the road. It sucks.
Yeah.
That's why I don't do that no more. I drove truck long enough to save up some money to invest in something else. Because I was that kid that was like, I can do whatever. And they're like, you got to try harder in school. And I was like, forget it. I already know it all.
Yeah.
You know how it is, right?
Yeah. NovaWorks got it. It was called Bucky's. That's what I was thinking of. That's that one where they got the Beaver logo. It's actually Bucky's. They're pretty big on that. But see, that's like when you said that, like when I graduated high school, my grade point average was like 1.9. And it like literally everyone's like, you're not going to do nothing. And then like, you'll never go to college with that. I've been to total of 4 college, I think, that I've got papers on. So it's one of them things. I mean, what it was is, and it was my English teacher, like, and he was the one that brought up, he was like, some people test good, some people don't. And he was like, in high school, it's all on how you test. And he was like, I know you know the stuff, you just don't test well. He was like, you can rip all these questions off left and right. He was like, when it comes to putting it on the paper, he's like, you don't get it unless it's multiple choice or that. And he was like, but you know it. And so, I mean, it was just one of the things like where some will look at it that way. Then other ones, like when I got to college, it was funny because I'm horrible at English, as you guys know, and my grammar and all that. And you got to take English in college. And the English lady I had, she was like, I don't know how you even got into college. She's like, this is the worst paper I've ever read than anything. And then literally she's like, what are you doing? Like at that time, I just literally got my 3rd patent. And I showed her that. She's like, how'd you do that? I'm like, it takes a lot of time for me to make sure it's right and get the right people to proof it. Because like I'm dyslexic also, so I don't see it like it should be. But it was so funny because she's like, I don't know how. And I'm like, wow, at least she is honest. I mean, ain't no sugarcoating that one. And it was funny because she said in front of everyone in the class, she's like, I don't know how you even made it here. And then I was like, well, thanks. I was like, mine's going to be a Disney movie.
That's what you hope for, right? Like, yeah. Me too. I'm hoping for something a little different.
So tell us a little about your businesses, Mike, which I know about them, but the people that don't know. And
All
why'd
right.
you get into these businesses that you got into?
All right. So first off, if you guys don't know me and you haven't been following, I do have a channel. I do dad jokes, but I'm not dad jokes. I'm actually a businessman. And I own several companies, and I'm always opening and starting up new stuff. And right now, I own a cleaning company, and I own a auto detailing company, which does a lot of like mobile detailing and stuff like that. And I just bought a comic shop, which that is opening for August 1st, I hope, as long as all the construction and renovations are done. And honestly, I'm supposed to work. I'm supposed to work at the comic shop every night, but lately I just been so tired, you know, like I got a heart condition. I'm an old man. That's another thing, but
Well, see, that's like me. Like most people don't know, I've had 2 stents put in. Like literally the size you see me, literally 3 years ago, I was probably 100 pounds lighter. Like I've snapped, actually it's been more than 3 years because I've snapped both Achilles a year and a half apart. And it's been a year and a half recovery on the one. But like where I was an athlete and all that, I was really good. And then got injured on the one and literally gained like 50 to 75 pounds after that, which the heart, which it's bad. I don't eat the healthiest, but it was from being on the road all the time because literally I would fly out every weekend somewhere to play. And so like you're on the road a lot and you don't, it's bad to say you don't get to eat healthy, which I don't eat healthy anyways. I don't like vegetables, but it doesn't help either when the only thing you eat is fast food. But my body was at least in a normal shape, like a healthy shape, because I was running and all that, doing all this stuff. And then after the one surgery, it's over a year before you recover, and you never get 100%. And then I started having like heart problems, went in and ended up having 2 stents put in. And then 6 months after that, I snapped the other Achilles. And so the weight just never. It's kind of one of the things, like even when you do the rehab or therapy after, like I couldn't walk on the treadmill. Even when I was able to walk on it, I couldn't because that, and then my heart. So it wasn't like the normal rehab where they're like, hey, we're going to get you back up to 20 miles a day. It was just like, they're like, be happy you can walk and try to find something to stay in shape, because they're like, both of them, you're never going to get 100%. And so I'm like, I feel the weight big time. So, I mean, I know what you're saying. Like, and it's something when like the heart things that most people don't know, when you have that stuff, it's like, it's hard to get breaths of air. And I've got asthma also. And it's like, I mean, I played hockey and all that. And it's like, so it's very different. Like when you have that, like, it's hard to explain to people too. Cause even when I was having the heart stuff, like I would mow the yard and I was still somewhat in shape, and I would do 2 passes and out on the 50 acres, literally the small section. And I'd be out of breath. And I went to the doctor. I'm like, something's not right. I'm like, cause I would go out like on the treadmill or go run. And my time would take longer and longer. My distance on the treadmill, I couldn't go as long as I was. It just kept getting worse and worse no matter what. And I was like, something's not right. And I went to my doctor. I'm like, this ain't adding up. Cause I'm like, I'm putting the effort in, but I'm getting negative results. And I'm like, it's hard to do that. And so literally he ran like the EKG on me right then, and it flagged instantly. Did the stress test, flagged, like everything flagged. And then so he was like, we got to get you in. And then so it was like the week after that, they went into the cath, and it was worst thing ever. Like the ankles weren't bad, just the prep for it. And then I was the first patient of that day, and it was scheduled at 6:00. He didn't get there till 9:00. So I'm laying on that little slab of metal with your arm crucifixed out, and then your leg propped up, and you're strapped down. And then and you could hear him calling him. It was the most uncomfortable thing. And then when he went in my arm, he hit that nerve. And so it was like the most uncomfortable thing. And I wasn't totally out of it, where they do give you where you're somewhat out of it. I could feel him in my heart as he's probing around. And I'm like, I can feel you turning here. And he was like, yeah. And so it was just very uncomfortable compared to the other stuff. Like the other things, both ankles didn't bother me. I mean, the pain was bad, but that thing was worse than anything. I told people, I said, just because that, and then leading up to it, I was like, this isn't kind of what I'm looking forward to. So
it can get, health problems are terrible for anybody.
Yeah.
So I live in an Italian town, a small town in Ontario, And a lot of Italians talk with their hands, and it's something I picked up over the years. And I'm trying not to talk with my hands,
Yeah.
but I talk with my hands.
Well, see, that's like too. If you know, I'm always grabbing things, clicking it. Like I've got to have something in my hand, and like, and it's hard not to. So I'm always like, literally, I make sure my hands are off the screen. I'll have something that I'll just keep twitching or that I can snap or move around because it's just kind of. I'm used to being like speaking with the hands also, just because even in paintball, you can't see face, you can't see nothing. So it's like you've got to communicate, and you're like, it signals and this and that. And
all right, we got some people talking up here. Yes, Eddie, I bought a comic shop that carries video games, toys, comics, the whole 9 yards. And as for more business, I own several more that we haven't talked about. I do have all the printing equipment, and I'm getting ready to start a printing company, but not shirts. I mean, we are more going to be printing toys, custom action figures and stuff like that. So a lot of like 3D printers and a bunch of crap that I don't do. I just pay somebody else to do. And then I'm also trying to buy a board game cafe, and it's actually a cafe where you can get coffee and stuff like that. But you can bring your friends, sit, play board games and stuff like that. So that's it in a nutshell.
that sounds very interesting.
It's a headache.
Yeah. That's why I tell people, I said it's easier to go to work and to work for someone else because you go home and usually don't have to take it with you. When you own your stuff, you don't have a day off, even if you are off. You're always working. You're always thinking. Like literally today, I left my one job, and so the worries are gone. I don't even think about it. I won't think about it unless I get an emergency phone call. And even then, I might hit the ignore button. But my other stuff, literally, I'm like, once I get off here, I've got to go do some more print tests. I've got to set up the artwork for them tomorrow to run everything they're going to run. And then I might do the ink review on this other stuff that I got. And then so it's kind of like you never get a break. And then even when you do, you're always, something goes wrong, and you're always working, running numbers all the time, because when you work a normal job, you know what you're getting paid. When you're running your own business, the numbers can fluctuate. You can have a good day or a bad day.
It's something that people don't understand. Entrepreneurship, they see it on these web channels, on YouTube and stuff, and all these people are like, I'm going to show you how to make $1 million. And all business is easy. Follow my steps and whatnot. But after 20-something years in business, it ain't easy. It's hard work.
You need 2 million to make $1 million.
Yeah, exactly.
When you go their routes. I mean, it's bad to say it, but like, and that's why they're on there. They're not, and most of them haven't made it. They've got a good gimmick. And once you send your money in, because it's a good example, like, and it doesn't apply to everything, but it is how they work it, is you'll get the invention, which I don't want to get sued. I don't know their official thing, but the event tech, I think it is. And they were like, here, we'll help you get your patent for this much. Well, the thing is, you are not getting around, like, your paperwork alone is going to be almost $10,000 on a U.S. patent. That's a U.S. patent, not a world patent. World patents or global patents will be even higher. But, like, you're not going to walk away with the patent. I'm not sure at level Waldo played ends. I played professional on a few different teams in paintball. But so, like, on the patent, though, you're not going to get away with less than $30,000 on a patent. And that's being generous on it. And that's how much it's going to cost you. The other thing, too, is just because you have a patent, let's say you decide to copy my item. For one, it's Canada, so now I got to do a global lawsuit. But and the other thing, too, though, you can produce, you just can't sell it for profit. Like, so you could produce it for yourself. So you could go online, pull my patent, because it's not secretive. That's why it's public. You can pull my patent, and let's say I was making these. You could reproduce this for yourself. And I can't do nothing about it for you making it for yourself. Now, you can't sell it, do anything else, but you can make it for your own use. The other thing, too, is if you did, let's say, make them to sell them, then I've got to find you. I've got to send you a cease and desist order first, which means I'm not getting money then. That's just to tell you to stop. And then if you don't stop and I catch you again, I've got to sue you again for the loss of money and all that. Where the thing people don't understand is that all comes out of the person that owns the patent's pocketbook. So to send a cease and desist, you're looking anywhere between $2,000 to $5,000, because if you write it up and you write it wrong, and you, let's say, threaten them or something like that, like, hey, we're gonna get you for all it's worth, you can get sued if it's not written correct. So to even send a cease and desist, you're looking at about $2,000 to $5,000 to stop someone from, and even then, I mean, they can be like, okay, I stopped. And so like, they might have stopped. They might have just had their cousin make it now. And like, so, I mean, it's not as simple as people think, because that's what happened with Remington, the gun company, is when they sold out when they bought the other gun thing, the guy had to take care of all the patents and law, and he went bankrupt on it because he didn't have the money to defend all that. And then that's like Westinghouse with Nikola Tesla. The agreement was he got a percentage. He couldn't afford to pay Tesla. And Tesla's like, oh, don't worry about it. And then, of course, Westinghouse became filthy rich. Tesla died a poor man in an apartment in New York. So, I mean, it's one of them things is people don't, just because you had the best idea, it doesn't always do good things. And then patents, to me, it just prevents major companies from knocking you off, because the small people are what's going to bankrupt you trying to fight them, but them are the ones that's going to keep doing what they're doing. The big companies will understand to stop, but if you're a smart enough big company, you can find a way around anything. Like
you change something, subtly change one thing, and it's yours.
Yeah, because like literally, that's what my job was when I was brought in at the company I worked for. Is we'd be like, hey, we need to reproduce a tool like this, because we design tools and all that, lawn and garden and all that stuff. And they're like, here's what our competitors got. What can we do to make it different? And what can we do to bring something? And so literally you're looking at what they have, what they don't have, what the patent's tied into. And then you're like, hey, what can we do to make something work, but get around the other stuff? And then literally even after that, you're looking to be like, what can I do for the next time? Because you don't live off of one item. You're always making your next item, especially in the commercial industry. Like we did like chainsaws and all that stuff. Like the Remington chainsaws was the company I worked for, and which it was Remington brand. So they own Heat Zenith, like the PAT tools that you drive into concrete, the Ready Fast and all that, Ready Heat. They owned all these companies, motion sensor, motion lighting. But like, so you don't make it off of one item. You're always got the next, even on chainsaws, you've got a new rendering next year because everyone wants something newer. So you're always looking at the next item, next go around. How can you change something? And it's very competitive in any industry like that, of just finding little tweaks, this and that, just to kind of get it away so that it's safe enough for you to produce and kind of that you can put to the market. But the other thing too, you spend so much, and then even when you take it to the market, like especially in that stuff, the dies that you have made, we had $250,000 dies for the chainsaw for the injection molded parts. So you've got that upfront cost to make that, where the average person is not going to be able to get plastic made. But if you do it overseas in China, you got to be careful, because that factory, if you don't own it or don't have good ties with it, they'll run your stuff for anyone else that wants to pay it. And so, I mean, it's so many little things like that people, it kind of catches them up. They're like, I'm just going to patent this and be rich. I'm like, good luck, because it doesn't work that way. And it's a lot of headache with that stuff.
Unless you're one of those lucky few that come out with a product that just happens to change or innovate something else, then you can escalate on one product. I mean, because there are many millionaires from one product.
Yeah, I would say there's lots of people that, when I was to get lucky on the one thing, like a good example, Post-it notes.
Yeah, exactly.
They were invented here in Kentucky. That's the only reason I always joke about that. They were here, but it's one of the things. It's the simplest thing in the world, and let alone some guy was like, "Hey, let's do that," and it worked. So I mean, not everyone gets that lucky. Usually, your one item was going to be a big flop, but if you do get that one item that hits the mark, then you are pretty good to go. But it's one of them things. It's just, you're always looking, like, especially if you work for someone. If you're doing it on your own, you can focus and put all your effort into it. When you work for these companies, like, I don't own the patent. My name's on the patent, but I got paid the salary to design that stuff. So even if that, like the chainsaw, when they sold 1 million of every chainsaw that was produced in that size, so the average sales was about $9 to $10 million, or 9 to 10 million units produced a year. I didn't make a dime off of that. Now I made them a lot of money, because I mean that alone, if our cheapest chainsaw was a $99 chainsaw up to a $250 chainsaw. So if you start running them numbers, it's a lot of millions of dollars. I didn't see a dime. I didn't make $1 million from them,
but it's one of them things that's how the numbers work on it. But I'm guaranteed a set salary where when you do your own stuff, you're not guaranteed to have food on your table if no one buys your item. And
well, that's the thing. I mean, the power of a brand that you were working with, they had the initial contacts and already distributors and
yeah,
places, right?
yeah, because see, that's the thing too. Like we had the Lowe's, the Home Depot, the Menards, and to get your foot in the door in them, everyone's like, "Oh, you can go get it." They don't take anyone to even doing their annual evaluation of what they're going to stock every year. You have to have a good leverage to get in there or know the right people. So even if you created a new idea, because we'd have people literally, their best bet was to contact us if they had an item, and then we would actually look and pretty much buy them out if it was worth it, or be like, "No, we don't want it," and take it to someone else, because they might have had an awesome item, and we had some items that we took to market that people brought to us, but they tried forever to get it to the market and couldn't because they didn't have the right means, even the marketing budget. Like when we produced the first electric chain or the electric lawnmower, and this was the gas hike 15 years ago when we had that major gas hike when it was $5 a gallon. We had the first electric 60-volt mower that wasn't plugged in. It was, you could plug it in, run it. You could run it off the battery and all that stuff. And it was early lithium technology and all that stuff. But it was like a $500 electric lawnmower, which is high. Nowadays it's not, but even back then it was overpriced for what it was. But it was new technology. But literally we had a marketing agency in California, like these staged videos, like where you'd watch telemarket things and infomercials. We were on QVC. We were on all these things because we had the means to get the foot in the door there to help sell that thing. But like if it wasn't for that, no one would have even bought that, even though the gas price was so high. Because I mean, there was things on it. Like I looked on it, the whole housing was plastic, which most of your mowers are metal. So when you fling an object, now we had high temp plastic on there that could handle it. But from a consumer point, to me, it looked cheap. And then like there was things on there that I'm like, I wouldn't buy it. But we had major marketing people that knew how to market it and sell it. And I mean, that's why I was on the QVC commercial. They had our other salesperson upselling all the good features about it, which to me, I was like, it is what it is. I made some parts on it, but it comes down to having the marketing and getting your foot in the door, because Home Depot is not going to drop, even because the retail or wholesale on it for them was like $3 something. They're not going to drop $300 a unit on an item that they're not sure it's going to move, and the shelf space that it takes up to have one. And
in a lot of like actual big businesses, if you're like, let's say I designed this can of pop, and this can of pop is great, but there's 65 companies that already have existing pop and 300 companies that are trying to get into the door of making pop. Now, if I got to get mine in, number one, it's got to be something spectacular, and it has to have some kind of proof, man. I can't just be like, yo, I made a pop and it's good. Why don't you put it on your shelf? They're going to be like, our shelves, number one, if we get you on the shelf, you have to pay for the space. You don't just get it in there. They don't just buy, 500 cases of pop. You rent that space. And
yeah, you don't get end cap either until
no.
that end cap's premium real estate, and it costs a lot of money to get that.
Right. Usually it's all on consignment for the most part. And like you'll listen to over here, he calls soda pop.
Yeah, see, because that's like me in Michigan, it's pop. But right, they all call it Coke, which Coke's a registered trademark. So, or they call it soda, which to me is kind of weird, but it's pop.
But you gotta have one heck of a marketing plan. You better have some sales and some projected sales, because they're not even gonna look at you if you don't have your first 3 to 5 years projected sales. They're gonna be like, how do I know this stuff's selling? I could put this piece of
we can put the traditional Pepsi on there. They're gonna pay us this much, and we know we're gonna sell. Because at the end of the day, they want to make money. They don't care what product it is. And so it's hard for them to even take a leap on a company that is unknown or the product's not known. Because if they don't make money, they're laying their people off. And so it's one of them things that's harder than people think of getting your foot in the door on these things.
It is so hard. When I started making T-shirts, I bought it out of a magazine before this whole internet thing took off. Okay, this is how old I'm dating myself. But I bought it out of the back of a business magazine, How to Start Making T-Shirts. I thought I was going to be rich because I'm 17 years old and I got the means to make a T-shirt. Did I have the means to sell the shirt? No. Did anyone want it in any store? No. Did I know anyone?
When you get that hype, because literally everyone that gets in, a lot of people get in the T-shirt, they're like they want to do their own brand. And when you get in there to do that, for one, you end up finding out your brand didn't sell that good. And then you end up doing prints for other people because you find out to pay the bills or to pay for your employees, your brand didn't sell. Other people need stuff printed. So you end up going that route. And it's hard to get a brand off the ground, especially your own, because you can give stuff away all day long, but then it's coming out of your pocket. And then the other thing too, when I give you something, people that when you give them something, they usually say, I like it. It's the people that pay for it, you know if they like it or not. They're going to be honest with you. When you give a shirt to a family member, oh, thank you. Like they're not really going to be that honest. It's the ones that pay for stuff are your honest ones. But then you've got to validate the price of it too, because everyone will be like the same thing. Well, I can buy an Affliction shirt or I can buy a Tommy shirt for this much. Why does yours deem that price for that market that you want to hit? And it's very hard to get established in that. I mean, but everyone does get that mindset. Is like, I'm going to make a shirt. I'm going to make loads of money on. Like when you said that, the funniest thing, like I've got a few clothing lines. The designs that I loved best are some of the worst sellers. So literally what I do is I put them out there because I'm going to wear them, but I make stuff also that it doesn't appeal to me. It appeals to the customer. And I learned right away, it's the customer that matters, not me. That's like this logo. Now this logo is from my own brand, but if it wasn't for that, I would definitely not like, this is not the right way to go but it's just a random name, but it catches enough attention where it opens the eyes. But if for a clothing brand, I would not go with this as a clothing brand. For one, it locks me into the artwork because bananas and pickle, you're limited to what you have. And not everyone's going to like it. I mean, or a lot of people don't even understand it. So it falls into that where when you start doing that stuff, you've got to look at all them things and you got to understand who's buying it. Like my number one selling shirt for my clothing brand in Michigan, it says 313. It's the area code. It is the most basic shirt I have. It's a one color print, but we sell thousands of them things a month. The elaborate ones that I do, the 2 and 3 color ones, they don't sell a tenth of that. And I found make what people like, not what I like, because that's what pays the bills is what they like, not what I like.
I found that I stopped making shirts and merchandise for people when it became them making the designs and it became like a job. Suddenly, all this equipment where I wanted to be my own boss, I was essentially working for people that wanted their specific stuff done. And that I still have my shirt equipment, but I'm basically going to use it for my for my own personal stuff, right? I didn't like making shirts or business shirts or anything for anybody else because that just took the magic out of working for your own for me, right? To me, it was always about the building of the business, the being your own guy. And now if you have a brand and you're successful in a brand, congratulations, your hard work paid off. But don't get me wrong, you are not going to go on somebody's site and buy a transfer that's going to go on a t-shirt and then get rich overnight because it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, and then that's the other thing too. Even what works for one person is not going to work for the next. Like, no. For instance, a 3131. It's not going to work in every city and area code because the only reason everyone knows a 313 is the people that came from there, like Eminem, like the whole 8 Mile movie where the whole 313. If it wasn't for that, people wouldn't even know what 313 is.
Right.
And so it's one of the things like I couldn't do my area code here, 270 or even 615. Like, it's not going to draw the attention. It's certain things like, and you've got to look for what draws in them markets, like with Tennessee being close to me. Their biggest thing is they have the star and it's with the circle on it. It's on their flag. Everything that sells good that I market down there has that on it. You've got to look for what, but that's not going to sell up in Michigan. You have to look where you're selling and who you're selling to. That stuff we sell down there to the people that like tourists too, that they want that Nashville stuff. And so they buy that. but that's definitely not going to sell in Michigan. And so you've got to know your customers, what they want. And like I said, you got to do what they want, not what you want. And it's kind of one of the things that it does take away, because like my creativeness, what I would like to see is not what people buy. It's bad to say. It's kind of like this. I mean, it's unique and different. And I mean, it fits what I do on that. But like, I couldn't take and make this a clothing brand there because I'm limited on what I can market. But it just gets people's mind thinking, because even that, when they see it, like, oh, what is that? And like I said, the Pornhub people log onto my site by accident, which works good for me. But
hey, if they're coming to your site from like a Pornhub, you should make an adult section and create. You know how you got candles?
Yeah.
Well, create candles kind of specifically for them. So even if they accidentally wind up on your site just because of your title, they still buy something before they leave.
Yeah. Well, see, and that, like my other site, which I haven't talked much about it, and one of the days I will, which I've talked to you on the phone about my other stuff, but them ones, we do have some of that on there just because it knows it ties in. But this one, like I told people, I was like, it's hard to tie it in because of, like, I don't want everyone to know about the other stuff. So it's kind of funny about it. Where like this one, like I said, this name was created in a tattoo shop, like I've said it a million times. We were just thinking of random things, and I'm like, we're mixing fruits, and I'm like bananas, and literally we made that. I didn't use that logo forever. We drew that thing 4 or 5 years ago, maybe even longer, and it literally just had that. And one day when, like, literally when this COVID hit, and I was trying to think what to put on the mask, and I'm like, if I sell anything more than mask and I put mask in the name, I'm screwed. Because I knew mask would go away eventually. So I'm like, I can't have mask in it. And I'm like, do I want to buy another domain? Because I've got over 100 and something websites I own. And so I'm looking through all the names I've got of websites, and I'm like, can I use this one, and that? Like, that was the only one that has nothing to, it's kind of like Haagen-Dazs ice cream. It has nothing to do with anything, and it can be anything your mind wants it to be. And that's why I went with that. I'm like, I can put anything on this site, and no one will know what it means. It has no meaning. It is a randomness thing. And so that's what I ran with that one. But it's one of the things that it does make it makes it nice on a search engine, because if someone types something like that, no one else has that on a search engine. So you're not going to randomly type the two fruits in and get to it. But it also makes it hard too, because if people don't remember a banana and a pickle, then they can't think of what that site is to search for it. So if they type in mask and they don't type a fruit with it, you're probably not going to find me. But so it's one of them things, leveraging it. Luckily enough, it worked good. But it is one of the things too, because like when I list on the Facebook things all the time, you don't know how many people I get a private message. Are you sure that's the right site? Because it just has that logo. It doesn't even say, and they're like, are you sure you're marketing to the right people here? You're trying to sell me a mask? And so it does get people, and then you also get the inquisitive people too that want to go see what's on that site just because of that logo. So, I mean, it has paid off, but it's one of the things that's kind of.
The logo, your logo is actually very, very, very marketable. As a businessman, I look at that and I'm like, that's clever. It's sharp. It's crisp.
I don't know what you're talking. I see a pickle and a banana. I don't know what, like Lily's saying there, bananas and pickles shaped, a banana is curved, Lily. I hate to say it. I haven't seen straight bananas. They're called plantains or something like that. This is a banana. So.
Oh, there's Eddie. Yes, Eddie, I will be printing shirts to sell in my comic shop. But it's not what, like, if you need your business shirt made, don't call me.
The import charges will get you, Eddie. He's got to ship it across the border, and customs is very particular about getting paid. Well, everyone else too. Let me get this real quick, Mike, and then you can go on to that. Everyone, just so you know, go subscribe to Mike. I've got his link in my description down below. I forgot to say this earlier. His description's right there to his channel, guys. Go follow him. Go subscribe. I listen. Literally, he does it not just for the dad jokes. He does other stuff, but he does do the dad jokes for the whole year. So if you want to catch some funny jokes, some cheesy ones, some good ones, there's a Waldo one on there. He's got them all, guys, and it's just good. It makes the day go by better. And then you can also see his adventures into the comic market, where like he did the Hawk stuff, Incredible Hawk recently, the Incredible Hawk, all the different ones that he had on there. The Aqua, well, I remember it just because of Seaman one, but
Merman.
Merman, yeah, because I remember the story about but he has some good stuff on there, guys. Definitely go check him out. Okay, now back to the other thing, Mike.
I see Eddie here. I subbed. Yeah, I know you're on there. Thank you, Eddie. I appreciate you. As for like shirts and stuff like that, yeah, I'm gonna have all kinds of that stuff. But what's going on right now is the heart attack made me reevaluate everything. This is where the whole comic shop and 3D printers and everything come in. After the heart attack, I don't think I would have been the same or had the same recovery rate if it wasn't for sitting on the floor playing toys with my grandson. Playing toys with my grandson ignited something. And now I'm in the process of developing my own comic book title and my own toys and my own characters and my own web series that's going to be based around these characters, which is also going to be a big part of my comic shop. Yeah. I think that's where I was going.
But just so you guys know, that can get you in trouble if they're not your own kids. I went and laid on the floor, and that's not good. You just can't go into schools and do no.
Yeah, that's why he can't go back to the preschool.
Yeah, and then I had these logos on, and they're like, "Come here."
What's a banana pickle?
Yeah. Bubba in prison will show you a banana and a pickle really quick. He'll make it disappear if you're not careful. But
Mr. Rooster says Waldo is a character. You know what would be actually really fun is if we all put on like a cool outfit and just got a scan and sent them all to me, and then I will turn all of us guys into an action figure.
I have been scanned before, Mike, so I will try to look and see if they still got my scan.
We can have a little bit of fun with it. I mean, everybody here probably expect you to have a donut in your hand, and
I don't know why either.
Juan will have Taco Bell because, you know, that's funny. Ryan will have like a bunch of little masks that he can interchange because of the ones he wears on camera. Yeah, sorry to hear you had a heart attack.
Yeah, I was reading the thing. That's the weird thing about when, as you know, doing lives, Mike, it's like hard to read everything. And then even my setup where your camera's set lower, I've got a crazy stand that I bought and never put it together. So now my camera's way above my head and my monitor's below it. So when I read, it looks like I'm not even looking at anyone. It looks like I'm looking down. And then so when I do make eye contact, I can't read any of the stuff. And so it makes it so bad because when I do, it looks like I'm not paying attention to them. And that was the only thing I learned from Vega back in the day, which I don't wear sunglasses, so I can't. But Vega, like, he's a good friend of mine, Vega 23, Lalo. And he's like, wear sunglasses. He's like, then they can't see where your eyes are at. You can look wherever you want. And like, it's so true though. Cause like now I could be looking away but they can see my eyes now. So it's kind of.
I love it. I love the little, people chatting on the side. You know, I wish I answered more of your questions. I apologize, but you know, there's a conversation, and Canadians, we do not interrupt people.
Yeah. Well, you know what making it bad, Mike, is I had a list of questions and all that, and literally, I mean, we answered some, but I didn't like do my normal question and answer thing. Like we literally, like, because the COVID thing that was one of them, how did it affect your business? But we already jumped into that. Like I didn't really go through my questions and answers like I planned on it, because like I have that list, so I want to ask everyone all the time, and I was like, okay, I really didn't get to do it the normal way. It just kind of we kept talking about, and then people would ask questions on the side that actually were some of my questions that I was gonna ask. So it changed the whole thing.
That's funny. Juan said the same thing. He said he had a whole show scheduled for me, but as soon as it came on, it was just something completely different. Like, because I think when people talk to me, they automatically expect me just to be that guy that's just dad jokes, and they're like, okay, you're on here, tell a joke, you know. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute, that's not all I do. No, you tell a joke.
you tell, we execute.
Right. And now like I noticed that 6 months into telling jokes, well, I'm actually 5 months into telling jokes now, but I noticed that it started to affect my channel in a negative way. And that when I started putting out actual content and a little bit more stuff of what I do, because I'm still just kind of introducing myself to you guys while my intro's being made and stuff, because I do run an entertainment company as well. Like Bad Monkey Productions is us. You know, I run all that. I'm not like I used to do a lot of photography, and that's where my background is: photography, business, and talking to people. I mean, I was a wrestler. And the one thing we were taught to do is talk to people. So that's why Mike the Entrepreneur kind of thing come along, because I was trying to build something for my grandkids. I mean, if I'm not here in the next couple of years because my heart's no good, and I've kind of accepted that, but I mean, if I'm not here, I want something behind that my grandkids and everyone can see and be like, that's Grandpa.
And it's Entreprenerd. Remember, it took me like 12 years to get that. So you record this and tell your kids to go back to this date and watch. I'll get it. I got it right once.
That's right. So that's why, like, some of the videos are kind of like, today I'm just doing this because I'm bored and blah blah blah. But there actually is a.
You weren't supposed to say that. You're supposed to say you had this booked for 6 months. It was my interviews were that hard to get on, and you've had it planned for 6 months.
That's it, right? And you know what, you guys.
Not that I called when you were eating, and I was like, "What are you doing in 15 minutes?"
That's right. Calls me in the middle of dinner. Like, my wife's like, "Here, I'm gonna barbecue pork chops," and yeah, my wife out there barbecuing pork chops. I know that sounds terrible because I'm a guy, and yeah, well, that probably sounds terrible too. So I'm just gonna stop that one right there. But I just get this plate of food ready, and she's like, and Waldo calls me up. He's like, "Can you be ready in like 10 to 20 minutes?" I'm looking at my plate of dinner. I'm like, yeah.
I'm looking out for your health. See, I was smart. Like what I did is I went and ate right before, and I slammed a bunch of food. And I'm like, if I eat right before, then I can't be like, hey, I gotta go. I'm hungry. So I timed it in there. Like on my ride home, I'm like, what can I eat that's good enough that I'm going to be full? And so that's what I did.
But these shows are great. Like, it's one of the funnest things that you can do is sit and just have conversations, because you know what, like, if it wasn't for me accidentally finding other YouTubers, I would have never found the guys that I found now. And you guys are inviting. I mean, you're like all good people, and most of the people on YouTube don't really care about the other YouTuber. They only care about somebody watching their channel. And I'm like, okay, that's not why.
It's O'Doul's Rooster. He's asked what you're drinking. It's O'Doul's. Wait, what is it? Molson? Oh. I was guessing one of the Canadian ones, so.
Okay, Waldo's on to something here. I actually do drink Molson Canadian, but it is coming close to Canada Day for us, and my wife's grandfather fought in the war and stuff like that, and his favorite beer was Carling, and I'm just having a Carling in honor of.
I thought I seen Molson with you before, so that's the other thing too. I was like, it's kind of a. And then I kind of seen part of the label earlier. I couldn't tell what it was, so I'm like, well, maybe if I guess this one, then.
If it's cold, it doesn't matter what kind of beer it is. You can be like, yo, it's cold. And I'll be like, okay, have a cold beer, play some cards or something. I don't even know if do you think kids even play cards anymore? When's the last time anybody's even played a card game? Look,
I played cards. Well, I will say my one family, we played cards, but I played cards in high school. We played euchre during lunch, which is similar to spades, but it's euchre. It's a Michigan thing, and
I love euchre.
Yeah, I was gonna say Canadians play it too, but it was one of the things you get in other areas. They're like euchre, what? Like calling your points and all that, and
nobody plays stuff like that anymore, though. Like everything is just. Kids are so odd today. I mean, if they're like, my grandson is 7 years old, and I love him to pieces. He's the greatest little dude ever. But if he is on a cell phone or a phone, they're just so attached to those little screens. And I'm like, oh my God, I grew up before these little cell phones and stuff, like we had big bricks that were attached in our car, for crying out loud.
I was saying my first cell phone was a bag phone like that, and it was like I think $4.95 a minute to call. I mean, it was like, hi, bye, and you didn't leave that phone on either. You weren't getting phone calls back because you're like, I can't afford this. You didn't have caller ID on them. It was like the orange screen with the other orange light, and then my phone after that was a Say Bye to Bell phone.
Look at all these people. I've never been drunk. I'm lame. I've never been drunk either. I'm not drunk. I've only had a few. That's hours to go still. That's by the end of the night, guys. Like, this is still early.
Hey, and
Right.
then they didn't know what euchre was, so that was kind of. It's always funny when I say that, especially to him. Like, people might not know what that is, and it's kind of, or the pop thing. Like there's words that I say, like the milk and all that, or even sublimation, where it has no P, and I know the correct, but it's how I've always said. It's funny. I laugh at, like, I've had people comment after on the wording I say and all that, and I'm like, well, at least I'm glad they watched. And I was like, if that's the least thing I did wrong, then I can I can go on to the next day. But
you know what we should do on one of these channels? We should both go out in a day or a couple days and grab some snacks, like Canadian snacks and American snacks, and just show the audience what the difference is in the two. Because, like, we have ketchup chips. Do you guys have ketchup chips?
they do, but it's only limited time, and it's only whatchamacallit that has it. Now, another thing that, like, see, we like Lay's chip company's been making a lot of the crazy ones. See, you guys got a lot of the good flavors in Canada. Like, 'cause I know, just like I've got, like, my friends in Michigan, they're always posting it where they're going and getting them shipped across or driving over there from their friends that live across there. And, like, even the different pickle flavor stuff. Like, we're getting some now, but, like, you guys had pickled Doritos and all that stuff. And it's stuff that they never shipped here. It's right there. So it's one of them things I get a kick out of it. 'Cause, like, my friends in the north up there, we're so close. They're always sending photos where they've got friends that work on both sides. And they're like, look what they had this time. Or before COVID, they would always send photos of what they're eating and all that stuff. And so I'm always messaging them, like, send me some. Because that's like Denise, I messaged her where Fago's a Michigan pop. Well, they had that. It's called Firework. And literally online right now, a case of that is going for $100 to $200, a 12-pack. Because it was a limited run. And I just wanted to try it because it tastes like Rocket Pop. And they're going to bring it back, but it's always funny because I'm used to certain things, or like Verner's up there, which it's ginger ale, but it's done a little different. It was up there, it was made in Michigan, but there's things that are aerial or in areas, or like even in Canada, things that people eat that's different everywhere else, that, like, what I would call a snack, like pork grinds, which some people don't even know what that is. It's pigskin, and it's literally pigskin fried, but like it's we have another one. They look like bacon strips, but they're not. And I don't know what they're really. It's from a pig, but some people around here started making them at, like, the little street fairs, and it is some of the best stuff. Like, they'll put the ranch flavoring on them, but, like, everyone I asked, they're like, it's made from pork, but they won't tell me even what. And it's like a local thing I've only seen around here. Polony. Oh yeah, then you guys got what is it called? Mashed potatoes, gravy, and poutine. Is that that like, see, that's a food that's we do bring it here during Food Fest, but it's a northern food that, like, I mean, I ate from being up there, but when I said that to some people, they're like, what are you talking about? And, like, the big thing's getting the gravy right on that, because every area's got the different gravy mix where it can change that big time.
You have to add bacon. Listen, everybody, I'm Canadian. If you ever want to make poutine, you need mozzarella curds.
You gotta have the curds.
Okay. You need good French fries. Don't buy anything crappy. No shoestring stuff or anything. You need a good French fry. You also need really good gravy and bacon. It's about the bacon. Put that bacon right into your gravy when it's all done with the grease and everything. Stir it all in there. Put it in there. It's a heart attack. Now you're knowing why I had a heart attack. You're like, that guy eats like shit. I mean, stop.
But it was good food.
Right? You got to have it. Put some bacon in there, some green onion. Damn.
And like I said, it's one of them things. It's definitely a Canadian food. That's where it comes from. But it's funny because, yeah, they had a street vendor here the other, like, and he was telling me about it. He's like, I went and they had that. I'm like, yeah, I know what that is. He's like, man, it was amazing. And he was like, I hate to see the calorie count on it. And I'm like, you don't ask calorie count on that. I was like, add an extra 0, and then you're into 1,000, 10,000 range. I was like, that's about what it is. And he was like, man, it was so good. He was like, but I've never had anything like that. And it was just a random food truck. He was like, hey, man, I went up to them and tried it. They had a line outside of it. And he was like, I thought it was something new and different. And
But you guys in the States get so much variety of snacks and candy bars and whatnot. It is like a fat kid's dream up there. I love going to America. First off, you got Fruity Pebbles. That used to be here in Canada. We had that 25 years ago, and then suddenly they're like, Fred Flintstone is just too good for Canada, so he got up, boom, across the border. You couldn't get that no
he
more.
got deported and never let him back.
Right? You guys also have pudding pies, and they're like JJ pudding pies. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. You got to know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
They're like little pies filled with chocolate pudding.
It's like a flaked pie with even like it's like a donut glaze over top with on the pudding ones with the pudding like a custard Boston cream pie but it's not a pie. It's in a little snack pack.
We don't have anything like that here. Okay, we don't. Half of the pops that you guys have, we don't have. We don't have 3-liter bottles of pop. That's just odd. I mean, I love it when I go to the States and you can buy 3 liters of pop for $1. I always wish I brought like a transport truck or something. I'd be like, I'm filling it, you know. I'm going home with goodies, right? Like, and you guys have Target. We don't have Target, and I am a collector of comics and stuff myself, and toys.
And the Funko Pops had the exclusive Target editions, which knocks you guys out of getting them ones.
I am like the biggest Masters of the Universe fan you're ever going to meet. In fact, my collection is absolutely stunning. Everyone will see it when the comic shop opens up. They'll start seeing more of who I am and what it is. But you guys have this Target exclusive series that I can't get. And like, I have tried everything. I've tried American Target stores to have them ship it here. They're like, no. I call my family up and I'm like, hey, can you go in and get this toy? And they're like, aren't you 44 years old?
So we can't sell to anyone over 40. These are for kids. It's got age restrictions.
And they're like, we're not going in to buy you a doll. And I'm like, first off,
it's an action figure.
Second off, I don't want you to buy me a doll. I want you to buy me the freaking crate or the aisle. Whatever is there, you buy it, box it, and ship it here. And they're like, well, shipping's expensive. Did I ask you how much shipping was? Did it sound like I cared? If I had to send one of my grandchildren up there in return for the shipping of Masters of the Universe, I may make that deal.
Yeah. And it's one of the things like that's like on shirts where I joke with you just because like, but if it's something like that, it's something you can't get there. It's exclusive stuff. Cause like I was gonna say, I know how it goes on that. And it's the funniest thing. Like every time when I was little, when we'd go to Canada, you guys, of course, no one makes the glass bottles anymore. But like instead of having the 2-liter, you guys had the 1.5, the glass bottles, and but it was a largemouth. And so literally, what we'd always do when I was little, we'd get them, drink them, and then use them as banks, like piggy banks, because super thick glass. I've still got some in my one room that never were even opened. So like they're not drinkable, but since they still have the pop in them, and they're the glass ones, and they're Canadian ones because they're not the American size, they're worth a lot of money on. Like I looked the other day on eBay, and I'm like, wow. And this is just I bought it because it was cool to have on the shelf, and the other ones I drank and used for piggy banks because that's like you could put full quarters in it, where our normal ones you can't put a quarter in a lid. And it was the large ones that you put the quarters in, and it was back when everyone was still using glass. So it was like the 1.5, and like it's a lot of money you put in there, and you can put the money in, and then were my piggy banks growing up was the Canadian glass bottles, and
we actually used to return them and get
and I say Michigan
like
had to return, except like we'd get 10 cents in Michigan, except on them since they were Canadian, you couldn't return them because it wasn't bought there. You can only buy so like we'd return these plastic ones for 10 cents, but the Canadian ones they wouldn't take back. And then the funny thing too, though, is like you would never use you couldn't use Canadian dollars in Michigan, but you're liable to get a Canadian quarter or penny. And whenever they would give you the change drawer, just because Canadians coming over and the change the change is always equal change. But like when I was growing up, which the value's closer now, but when I was growing up, it was like 1.5. Or yours was like 1.5 to our dollar. So my dollar would be like $1.50 in Canada. So that was the other thing too. The exchange rate didn't like, or I remember going to Canada over there, and like they love seeing the U.S. money because they're making like, I buy in a pop, and they're like, oh, we'll give you a little deal on it, and because they're getting the exchange rate by having that U.S. currency and just taking it to the bank right after. But my first hockey pads came from Canada, and so that's how I knew the exchange rate. It was like $1. It was man, what is that name? Can't think of it now, but it ended up being like $1,500, and it was $1,000 my U.S., but the Canadian value was like $1,500, and then I had to pay the shipping. I think it ended up being almost $2,000 for the goalie pads that I bought. Batrum.
Yeah, hockey.
Yeah,
Canadian favorite. Just love hockey.
I played center, and then when I got older, I played goalie. But it was fun. And then I get down here. I mean, which they've got Nashville now, but until the Nashville, no one even knew what hockey was. Even now, they're not really like hockey. You hit people with sticks, and you only get 2 minutes for punching someone, or 5. Like they don't understand the whole like. And I grew up in the Bob Probert days, which the Canadian cocaine guy, because he got busted on. But like the fighting was the big thing. Nowadays, they don't fight like they used to. It was literally Bob Probert was going to fight every game. That's why we had him. That's why we brought him in, and he was the enforcer, and he was going to throw a punch. That's why he had none of his teeth, and it was the big thing about that. And then we had Chelios and all them that would throw after, but
it's a different game now. Still love it. Well,
yeah, it's changed. I mean, it's I wouldn't say for the better, but it made it more fan friendly, I guess you'd say, because when I was growing up, when you go to other areas and explain hockey, they didn't understand anything. Now they can at least understand it somewhat. Like they still don't understand the fighting that they fight until they fall down. They don't understand that thing. But I remember like Vernon and all them going to the center of ice. I was good. Like I remember goalies fighting. Now you'll never see a goalie fight. Probably I say that, but it's not something that's going to happen. I remember seeing a few goalie fights back when growing up. It was just a thing, and
those would be the Ronnie Hextall days.
Yeah. And so it's one of them things. It's what we have, what they have. Yeah, N says, I remember the Batrum pad. Yeah, like the Batrum, he did the custom ones. And the first pair I had made, I actually had them made like a goalie net. So I had the reds on the outside, the center, and then I had the cross stitch and a thick cross stitch so it looked like a net. I just thought it would be cool, and it was actually cheesy looking on me, but I was like, I'm going to look cool standing here. I'm going to look like the net. And it'll prevent 5 holes, but it didn't work that good. They still got them in, but and then this like what he was saying too, the 12-inch, and then they changed the size of the pads where it was like I think down to 11.5. I think it is now, something like that. But I remember that too. I always had to get. They did that big change. So I'm like, I had to go get these, buy new ones, because the size width on it. But before I forget, Mike, what I want to do is I at least want to get this in the speed round. It's 5 questions. First thing comes to your mind. Doesn't matter what the answer is. Just it's not a sit and think thing. Put it that way.
Okay.
So are you ready?
Let's do it.
Favorite color?
Orange.
Favorite food?
Taco Bell.
Sweet tea or unsweet?
Sorry, what?
Sweet tea or unsweet?
Unsweet.
Pop, soda, or Coke?
Beer. Pop.
Would you do a donut challenge?
Yeah, I'm down.
Okay, now one of your videos, you're going to have to do that then.
Yeah, man, I'll do it. You know what? If you want to do it live to live, face to face, we can do this. I'm a big guy, and like
we can set it up. I just got to make sure when I get my donuts, it's got to be the Krispy Kremes. Not they haven't sponsored me yet, but it's got to be the hot and ready, because them are the only ones I can eat in one bite. My other donuts, I do like them better, but I can't eat them in one bite. So that's why when I do my donut eating, it's the Krispy Kreme, is because it's a hot and ready's only. So if that light's not on, I'm not buying, because they're not squishable to jam in here. I make it look easy, but it's got to be like Like I'm not gonna jam one of the blue donuts or not the blueberry donut cakes. That's not gonna happen. I would die on camera doing that one.
I'm actually thinking of shaving my beard off on camera next week.
It will draw some attention.
I do
it every week, but no one ever knows.
I've been growing mine for a long time. The idea was to grow it really out and keep it, but I don't know anymore. Like, because I had a business that was.
Well, see, I knew you had the beard creams and all that, and I was gonna say that's one thing though. If you do, it's hard to market it because my friend, he has that beard creams where he makes all the different ointments, the straightener and all that stuff. And he shaved it off at midway through, and literally his sales plummeted because he'd go on the live videos and he was like, hey, and they're like, he doesn't have a beard. Why am I buying from someone that, and then they started looking at his old videos. He grew it back and then it helped his sales, but it was hard getting them initial sales when he would do the live stuff because he didn't have anything. And they're like, I don't know if I can trust this guy. I mean, it's kind of like a bald guy selling hair growth cream. They're like, I don't know. And I think it can be somewhat done, but especially if you got it established or if you do your use your old videos, it's always hard to get someone to be like, man, does he really know about growing beards when you don't have a beard on?
Right. That company's not doing very well, and I don't know if I want to put any more time, effort into it. So I'm like, you know what? If I get rid of the beard stuff, I may trim it down and get rid of the beard too, but I keep thinking my grandkids are going to be totally freaked out. They're going to come back and see me and be like, who is that?
Now they did say, Eddie said, do the shaved beard reaction online. It is a thing. It's weird to see, because even my uncle did that and he had a beard forever. And it was so weird to see him. I'm like, no, he doesn't look right. And then my preacher, literally ever since I've known him, now he was a bouncer at bars and all tatted up. And he was a biker to begin with. And when I first met him, he's always had that. When he shaved it off, I was like, grow that back. You look, don't even, for one, it added to the toughness look that he didn't need. But I was like, you don't even look right. I was like the face, because you don't normally see your jawline because the beard changes it. And I was like, man, your face doesn't look like I even thought you would. Like, I couldn't have pulled him out in the lineup at first if I didn't see his tattoos, because his face didn't fit what I'm used to seeing of the lines and the contour. I'm like, well, this is the wrong guy. I was like, sir, you got to move away. Get away from the kids. I mean, it was just did not match up until after. And
I think it's all gray now. I'm starting to look more like Santa Claus than who I've always been. Right now, I'm walking around and there's kids following me, waiting to sit on my lap. And it used to be fun till you get in trouble.
Yeah.
But no, but I'm thinking I'm starting to look really old, and age is catching up with me, I think.
I know how that is. I mean, I've got the grays in there. They're just they get covered with the hat. And then even when I have when I let it grow some, which I keep mine shaved, but when I do this weekend, a 4-day weekend, probably not going to rush and shave it. When I do though, I've got lots of gray that grows in it. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that, because then I'll look like a 90-year-old person. And and some people look fine with, to me, I hate seeing it that way because I'm like, oh, I'm old. So I try to avoid it's bad enough, even depending where I'm going or what I'm doing. I wear the compression socks, stuff that I was like, oh, I'd never wear that. If I don't, my body aches, or sometimes I have a cane and I'm like, man, that's what old people I look and I'm like, I can't let anyone see that. So
no, I'd rather die of embarrassment, fall over and just lay there and be like, forget it. I'm just going to lay here. Maybe everybody will walk past and not realize there's a guy laying on the ground.
Well, and it's people are used to seeing certain things. When I worked in the tattoo shop, I was a licensed piercer, worked there a long time. But for one, I don't have any piercings anymore. Where I showed on a live, me putting a dermal in my own knee and all that. But when you're in there not having any tattoos, and everyone's like, what hurts? And they're like, well, I'm not going to ask you. You don't know anything. And I'm like, I've seen everything done, tattooed. And so I know what hurts and what doesn't. And they're like, well, I'm not going to take your word. You don't know. Or even on the piercing, you don't have any, which I've had them before. I just took them all out. And it was always, you get the people that doubt you because of that. And so what we ended up doing, we did like bloodlines on me, which is where you put the ink thinner in there that you would thin down the ink, but we didn't put coloring in it. So it stayed on there because your body will scar over. It stayed about a month or two, the line did, because we literally drew it on with the inks and all that. So it was there. It's just your body's going to absorb that because there's no ink under the skin. But I did that in all the painful areas to see how bad the pain was, so I could tell people what really hurt, what didn't. And then we recorded it so when anyone asked, they could see it, because I'd be like, look, and there's nothing there. So then everyone's like, why would you do something that stupid that didn't last? And I was like, because I got tired of people saying I didn't know what it felt like. So
see, I'm about to get my fingers done in the next few weeks, because like I'm a tatted guy too, right? Like,
it's the bad thing about fingers and hands, they don't hold. Like
yeah.
they'll come out, like, because so many people get wedding ring things done, or the knuckles. Ladies' hands holds better than guys, but especially if you do a lot of work, you end up having to get it touched up, and it comes out like, which your arm's already sleeved out a lot of the way. What we used to not do, though, we wouldn't do hands, neck, or face if they weren't already sleeved out, because a lot of places here in the States won't hire you if you've got like a face tattoo, like Mike Tyson one, or your hands a lot of the times. So unless they were already sleeved out, we'd always be like, we can't do that until you hit that point. And then the hands, it was one of the things that, like, people would be like, I want an elaborate wedding ring, and it just never holds. And it looks nice that day if you're lucky, and then the next day, from even them moving around and all that, it doesn't look good. Or we had people that were welders, and so they're going out there that next day welding and bleaching it out really bad. And
oh yeah.
but I mean, as long like it will look like the backhand won't be too bad, the knuckle, but I mean, it's something that will fade a little bit over time. It's not going to hold as bright as the other arms and all that. But
I'm not too worried about somebody hiring at my.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got your own. That's what I always told people. Like, I've always was worried, because even though I have my own businesses where I do work in the other businesses, and I was like, I got to always look at how they're going to look at me going to a customer. And like when we go over to China and all that stuff, you always got to look, even though they're not going to say nothing, you get different looks, especially over there on things. So it's kind of always kept it clean. And then the people that we did send that had them, you always cover them up just because of that.
That's it, right? Stigma is what that is.
Yeah, I was just saying that's what it is. And because people get the mindset that they're all bad people that get tattoos, are all bikers and troublemakers. You don't know how many different variety people we would meet. I mean, are there bad people? Yeah. But there's just as many good people come through there. Then you're always going to get one, just like anything. In a grocery store, there's going to be one bad person that walked through there. He might not be bad that day, but you might have had a robber or a thief or something walk through that didn't steal anything. He still came in there and through the business. Or like in your case, someone that came about a comic book. He's not bad that day, but he might have done bad in his life. And people don't look at it that way, though. But tattoo shops, they look at it. Or they're like, oh, the problems are, they always bring bad people. They're out late. And it's one of the things that, they open late because that's the hour. Like most people work day jobs. They're not going to get there at lunchtime to get a tattoo. Them are the homeless people, and homeless people have money to pay for tattoos. So that's why the hours that they're open is what they're like. And I've told people, I said, I've seen stuff like especially during tax season here, I would watch people spend the last bit of tax money to get a piercing or a tattoo. But they spent the money. It was always funny on that. I'm like, why would you not put that little bit up? And because especially too, on piercings, if it was $35 for a basic piercing, $60 for unique spots and all that, and $100 for the really unique spots. But literally, if you got two piercings, if you got an ear and a nose, I'm gonna knock off $5, $10. It's whatever I felt like knocking off, but I was always gonna give you $5 or $10 off. And then literally they would be like, well, I've got $5 extra or $10. What else can I get? I'm like, you're just wanting to spend money just to spend it. I was like, think before you, because the holes they'll fill up anyway. But I'm like, think before you just waste that. Or the tattoo, they're like, I want something unique, but they'd pick clip art off the wall, and I'm like, anyone could get that. And I'm like, if you wanted something, they're like, no one had this, and they're showing me a photo of a tattoo. I'm like, someone got that. You got a photo, you're showing me it, and they're like, well, just change it a little bit. And I'm like, it doesn't. You can, because every artist no one's going to ever reproduce exactly. But it was always funny, the randomness people would ask for, or you get, which is common. Like when I was in high school, the high school thing when I was in there was the barbed wire around the arm. And then like as I got older, like the other ones are Polynesian or what they would call tribal, which there is a difference. But we'd have people come in like, I want Polynesian, and they're like, what do you want? They're like, well, this looks cool. I'm like, Polynesian all has meaning to it, like all the curves, but they would just want it because it looked cool. So you're like, what do you want? And we'll try to match that. And then the biggest thing you get, I want to be like The Rock. And I'm like, your arms are just big, buddy. We can't put that on there. It's not going to.
Right. We're going to have to tattoo your back then.
Yeah.
You know, like just lay still, bud.
Yeah. It's always funny though, like the different things. And then like we've done inside a mouth and all that. And the only thing we've never done is the eyeball, but that is just plain stupid. Just because
like a tattoo in the mouth?
Yeah, like here or up here. The downside about it, it doesn't hold good. The skin it's gonna like you can only usually do words. And the problem is that word within 2 weeks, because your skin regenerates so much, it looks blurry and horrible. But people have done it just to do it and to say they had it done. It's one of this, and then you're literally eating ink the whole time you're doing it because you got to wipe that out. You don't get to use none of the nice clean chemicals that you use on the skin because you can't put them in your mouth. So literally you get water and you're rinsing ink out of your mouth every time. And it's that ink's not good tasting, I'll say that. So
that's crazy. I mean, like, what would even possess you to want to spend money to have someone take a needle and fill it full of ink and run it through your lip? I mean,
yeah, well, like here's the funniest there's a piercing we do. It's called a smiley. It's that skin underneath your upper lip, that in there. You put a hoop there. You can only see it when you smile and if the hoop's big enough. It is the most stupidest piercing in the world. That one falls out no matter who you are in about 6 months because that skin regenerates and it pushes it out. And you're like, that is the most stupidest thing. And then what happens too, they usually chip their teeth anyways because it's sitting against it, and then they move, it keeps hitting it, and that metal ball is just going to shatter your teeth over time.
And so, like, they're paying for this. I mean, they're coming in and giving somebody hard-earned money.
Hey, I worked hard to put that hole in that. But, well, that's what I always told people, because I was in there, I was never one to deter people, but I was honest with them. I'm like, that's not going to hold up. Or like when they wanted the inside of lip, I'm like, you're not going to be able to read that. And we were in a college town, so it was a lot of college bets. Like we did a lot of guys' chest nipples piercings just because they did bets on it. And that is one of the most painful spots for a male to get pierced. It's worse than any other spot, believe it or not. And
that's crazy.
And like I said, I mean, to each their own, but it was always funny because like I've pierced and like to see the pain that I would put people in. Like it's the funny thing, as a piercer, more people will pass out and throw up from piercings than they will tattoos. We used to keep stats, and I would drop someone every month just because what it is, your adrenaline gets going and it's a quick high and your body drops and they're not ready for it. And we're piercing it or tattooing it slowly. You feel the pain. It gets worse. It's a small ongoing thing. The piercing's instant. It's like a quick punch, and that body spike, if they're not ready, if they came in there a little nervous anyways, their heart rate's going, and it's like the worst thing, which is the day they get for the migraines. The worst thing I've ever had happen, she came in and she was like, hey, I might pass out. I've passed out before. And I'm like, okay, I've had people. So I was kind of getting ready for it. Well, when I did the date, you've got you're putting a needle through and you've got a catch piece on the other end. I get it through. And just as I go to grab my chaser to run the jewelry through, she drops. Well, then she starts seizuring. And then her boyfriend's like, I didn't know that. Her boyfriend's like, well, she seizures a little bit sometimes. And then he was like, just finish it. Well, you can't finish it when someone's shaking and convulsing. And then you've got a needle in their ear. I don't want to get stuck. So you're trying to brace them from shaking and then bring them back around. But you've also got a needle there that you don't want to keep sticking them in the ear. And it was the most awkward thing. I brought her, and then I did bring her back around, and she wanted to get them both done. And she was like, can you do the other one? And I'm like, well, sure, I'll do it. But if something happens, we're going to pull the needle out, or we're going to stop. I'm not going to, which she managed to get the other ear, but it was probably the most craziest thing I've ever had happen, because she passed out and started seizuring. And then, I mean, when she came back, they'll finish it right up. But it was, because then you got to bring the smelling salt out, try to bring them back around, get them fluids. And it's an interesting thing. You don't have that with tattoos. I mean,
see, that's what makes you a good guy, because a dude like me, if they passed out on the floor in my shop, they'd be found outside pantsless.
yeah. Well, see, and then someone else told me, they're like, why didn't you do the other ear when they were unconscious? Because that's like someone asked me, like, can you do the other one? I'm like, no, because if you wake up really quick, then I'm going to stick myself. And I was like, if that's the only thing you always got to worry about is you getting stuck. Because everyone's like, well, I flinch and all that. I'm like, yeah, but I'm not going to get stuck. So like when we do chest areas, and that's one of the more painful things. But when I'm piercing you there, if you go to yank, guess what? It's going to rip into you because I'm not going to take a needle in my hand.
Yeah,
So,
man.
and we got clamps on it. So when people's like, are you going to, I'm like, I'm not going to get stuck. So I'm just going to let you know that you're going to feel worse off than I will. And I said, because I'm not getting stuck. But we've had like that. And I've had people that bled, like, because we do dermals, the implants. And like, instead of people like eyebrows where you normally get it through, I had someone that wanted a dermal there because I didn't want to see the other side. In your face, I mean, I'm sure when you played hockey, your face bleeds real bad anyways. Right up here in the side is very bad. You got a lot of vessels. That person bled like a stuck pig. Like you prepare and you have rags there and all that. I went through more rags than I was prepared for. I had to deglove, which means you got to go grab other stuff. I had to go deglove and grab other stuff because how bad it was. So it was not prepared for. I mean, you prepare, but I wasn't prepared for someone bleeding that much. I mean, it was
right.
I thought someone died on me or something like that is bad. I was like, oh boy.
That stuff's not for me. Okay, like I don't mind tattoos and stuff. I have a few and things like that, but like I don't know. I don't know if I could ever get my face tattooed or something like that. Just it seems weird. And I'm that kind of guy that if I was to get something tattooed on my head, it's got to be meaningful. It's got to be like hair, because it's something I lost years ago and I could replace.
Well, see, that's what I've always told people, and I don't mind people getting random. Like, we'd have people come in and they're like, what will you do for $20? And we're like, well, our minimum's this much. And literally, they would just take anything. And I'm like, don't you want to have meaning on you? Like, my logo, I don't even have it on me. But my friends, like when I owned the paintball field, I was good. And I had people that wanted my logo on them. They literally got it tattooed on them. I'm like, you do know I'm going to retire. I'm going to step away from the sport, and that's going to be on your body for the rest of your life. They were cool with it. Me, I'm not even putting it on there, and it's my own stuff. And so, I mean, some people are different on what they get. And then even when they come in there, hey, what would you do? Can you do this for this much? And you'll be like, no, they can do that. And they're like, okay, well, just do that. And then other people, I mean, they overthink it. Like, they'll bring words in, and they're like there for 20 days looking at 10 different fonts to try to figure out what they wanted on that font in the word to try to make it look unique instead of just like picking something else. And then you do have the meaningful ones. Like, people will have, like, let's say their grandma wrote something and we'll copy that and put it on it. But you do run into just some people will get anything, and some people they won't do unless it has meaning and thought behind it. And it's always funny because you'll talk to people, and some people won't talk about their tattoos at all. Other ones will tell you the whole history on it, why, and it's always funny, the ones that have no meaning. They're just like, I got it just because it was cool. And it was Friday the 13th, and they're doing a $13 tattoo. And he was like, I got mine twice. And I'm like, well, at least now you got a story about it, because I was like, I'm not getting that. But because I was like, 10 other people have that, walked out the same here with the same. But it's to each their own. I mean, like I said, some will get it, names, family members, whatever has meaning. Other ones, like my one friend, he'd let his kids pick, but it meant meanings to him because that's what his kids picked. And like, so one was a big comic person. He did Spawn, and his kids were big. So it was cool, and his kids picked it. But I mean, you'll get some random stuff. And then I've never gone to one tattoo shop that's been established long enough. Like, the shop that I worked out of has been there over 20 years. Everyone will make a mistake on words. And believe it or not, it does happen. Now, usually they only happen once. Like, one friend, he's been doing it 20 plus years. And what it was, Old English font is some of the trickiest fonts sometimes. Well, he did it. You always make your stencils backwards. When you put it on the body, it's the right side. Old English can be tricky when you look at it. And he did the whole back piece on that. And it was backwards. So the guy was like looking at the mirror, and he was like, hey, I see it the right way, which in a mirror it would be backwards to you. And he was like, I'm seeing it right. The tattoo was done on backwards.
And then I've had like the just simple words like I had a guy come in, he didn't know how to spell his kid's name. And he wrote down what he thought it was, and there's the letters were mixed up. I'm like, it's your kid. But we put it, I was like, well, at least you got a story now. I mean, because like some of that there's not some of it you can manipulate and fix, or you can change it into like Oscar the Grouch, garbage bag, and then put your kid's name above it. But like some of them not fixable. And so it's kind of, it's always one of them things. It's like words be cautious with. Significant others, no matter how long you're married, don't do that. We've done people that were married like 40 years and literally 6 months later, they're coming in like it didn't work after 40 years and now they're needing it covered up. So unless you're marrying someone with a common name, like Waldo, then
yeah, right. That's very common. There's a whole bunch of books on it.
Yeah, like I said, some will add stories and all that, but it's always funny. And then two is like cover-ups, you're limited because the ink's there, you can only go darker. So like would always get people mad. I'm like, well, you can put an 8-ball or a pile of trash on there because trash is black. So I was like, we can do that and put Oscar the Grouch on the top. And they're always like, no, we want something serious. And they'll pick like all these flowers. I'm like, there's not one light or dark color in there. And their dark tattoo was a dark black ink, solid name. I'm like, you want me to plant the flowers out of that thing maybe? Because I was like, you're not covering it up. But it's always interesting ones.
So now I see you make a lot of shirts. And when you were talking about putting the tattoo on backwards, you know, when I bought all that t-shirt equipment the first time, not any of those books ever told you about putting.
Yeah, the transfer. Yeah, where you gotta burn it the other way. So
I went to my local Hooters and told them I was a professional, and it's just like I'm good with people, so it was like really my first deal. And I talked them into 23 shirts that they were going to hang up on their wall that said Hooters, and I had the owl on it. So I'm like, right on. I go home, I print up all these transfers, I pop them all on the shirts, I look at them, and I'm like, son of a bitch, they're all backwards.
See, that's when you tell them it's a fashion thing. You turn the shirts inside out so that it's the right way. And you're like, this is a new fashion trend. It's going to take off. And be like, I seen it in the States.
Yeah.
The tattoo, though, you can't flip inside and out. So I have made a few. That's why whenever anyone sends me artwork, even if I made it, I'm like, you proof it, or even at the tattoo shop. Like I would type it out and I'm like, you make sure it's right. And I'm like, here's the keyboard, you type it out. Because I was like, what you put on there is going to be on the thing, even like shirts, because it can be like I had some, like it was simple grammar, but they messed up on the grammar on the shirts that they sent me. And they got mad. And I'm like, I printed what you wanted. Or like the worst one, the guy opened a karate dojo and he misspelled his website. He ended up putting someone else's dojo's name on there because he wasn't paying. And I was like, he's like, what can you do? And I'm like, we can vinyl over it. We ended up blasting it off and then literally doing cut vinyl underneath it so we could kind of line it up. But he ended up paying for it because I was like, you approved it. You sent me the artwork. And he was like, well, you didn't go on the website and check the email or the website. I'm like, I never look at websites. I was like, I could care less what the website said. And he was trying to blame me for not checking his own website out to see that it wasn't his website. But
the only time I ever use any cut vinyl is if like I'm gonna do some lettering or like a number on something small. I found that when they were on t-shirts, no matter what vinyl you got, if you went and got Oracle or you got something else and you put it on your Walmart brand, whatever it is, you go buy your vinyl, you put it on. To me, it never sticks properly. I mean, and they're like, oh, well, put your press on any longer, and there's not going to be a shirt left in just a pile of goo. So like,
yeah, see, I was never big on cut vinyl. I mean, I do it for the jersey numbers, but that's when everyone's like, hey, you don't push crickets and all. I was like, I hate doing cut vinyl with the passion. For one is like, and it gets back to like we were saying, even doing some of the order stuff is like we did soccer teams and all that, or the school sports teams. Every kid wants their name. And like we've printed even like the event shirts where they've got all the kids on every team and someone misspell a name. Well, the problem is then they get it and the parents like, oh, this was wrong. Or whoever would hand you the paper would like put smalls and then they'd give all the names.
and then they would have like a medium, and like they'd have two of the names there, and they only wanted it in the one group, but they were like, well, we weren't sure what size they were doing. And then you printed a shirt. Now you got a shirt like the wrong size with that kid's name, or the number didn't line, and it's always headache stuff. And like I told people, I'm like, I hate doing that. And then you got to sit there and weed the whole things. And I was like, it is one of my most hated things in the world to do, because it takes so long. The cost too for cut vinyl can be, I mean, it's not cheap. Like you can screen print so much more than what that vinyl costs to weed. And then it's still, if you got it wrong, now the shirt's ruined. You got to redo it. You can remove some of it, but it's a nuisance, and you're not gonna do it usually right there and refix it. So you might as well print it another shirt. And then, like I said, a lot of times too, they've always needed it for an event that weekend. So even though you can take them one that Monday, it's too late then. And then the parents get so mad at you because someone miswrote the name on the paper, or people use spell check automatically where it fixes the name even though it was spelled the other way. And then they're like, well, look, the paper was right. And they don't pay attention that they checked the spell check, so it changed it. And I mean, we've misspelled school names. We've done a lot of things like that. And it's just, you're like, not much you can say. You're just like, oh, well, and kind of some of it, if it's my fault, I'm going to fix it. The other ones, you try to work a deal with them if they're a normal customer, but it can be very annoying. And like I said, there is no quick fix. You just,
I really only use the vinyl, like, if I'm going to do like a window decal, or I'm going to do like you got a tackle box or something and you just want to like stick something to it, or you have like your canvas vinyl signs and stuff like that. Those are still some things I will use the vinyl on. And I've been really interested in trying the puffed vinyl that I've seen everyone trying, to see how it actually, like, if it actually works the way it's supposed to work, or if that's just a whole bunch of crap that you're seeing on TV, right?
Well, see, and some people, it doesn't work too bad. I mean, but the thing too is like, even on that, how it holds up, because like you got puff additives. Now, to me, I'm going to use puff additives in my ink instead of actually doing a cut vinyl on that, because that stuff's so expensive also on the cut vinyl puff, that I'm just going to do the puff additive in the screen printing side. But it's the other thing too, is you got to have that customer that wants it, and then the washing of it, if they're not careful, if they don't pay attention, iron it, if they don't flip it inside out. And I mean, it looks cool right away, but it's kind of one of them things to be a pain down the road of holding up. And for the price it is, some of these people aren't happy with it. I mean, even if you use the puff additive in the ink, it looks cool, but over time it will crack. It cracks quicker than the normal ink. It does a lot of other things. If you add too much puff, it puffs way up, but then it falls apart really quick too. So like if you're like, oh, I want to get the puff 4 inches, like it'll get there, but it's going to fall apart in that first wash. And it's one of the things, it's not hard to get it right, but they're not, we do specialty stuff, reflective inks and all that. I try to stay away from as much of the stuff as I can, which we always upcharge for it. But it's usually too, when you do that, you end up spending a lot more time on that stuff than just running your basic stuff. And for the cost, I mean, to me, it's not worth it. I'd rather run twice as many shirts than to have to slow down my press half the time to make that look good. And like I said, it still might look good, but if they didn't take care of it right, or even how they store them and all that stuff, if it ruins it, then they're going to come back even more mad because they spent that extra price on it compared to a basic one. But if they want it, we do it. But it's kind of, I don't push that. Like the only one I'll push is reflective inks. But even then, depending what reflective we're using, I don't push it per se because of the cost of it. Like the 1,3M I've got, it's the one I've sent Juan. I've got the water-based one that's cheaper, but the 3M one that I use is $1,000 a gallon almost.
Yeah,
which is like insane for ink. So like when you're doing them shirts, you got to add the additive to it, and it's like what you mix, you got to throw the rest away. So if you mix too much, you wasted a lot of money. And so it's one of them things. I mean, they pay for it because it's a safety. It meets the road requirements and all that for the reflectiveness, but it's not like the one I did on my shirt where I did that. That's the cheaper reflective one, which is still, for the pint of that was $90, which is like double, triple what normal ink is. but it's still cheaper than the high-end 3M stuff. But even on that, like that one didn't matter if it lasts long or not, but that stuff over time, you don't get as good as vibrance on it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so, I mean, we do it, but it's not really something I look forward to doing, or I push it on my stuff for fun, but it's one of them things that's for fun. I know what it's going for. I wouldn't suggest someone like coming in like, hey, we need it for the road construction. Can we skimp and save money by going with the cheaper ink? Then
Yeah, I also used a lot of like heat transfers. That's what I was using when I was making shirts back then, because I hadn't 100% learned how to do any of the screen printing, and it was easier to afford to buy transfers than it was to do screen printing. But what I learned is transfers don't necessarily sit right. They bleed. Like sometimes the red just bleeds. You got to pre-wash them. As soon as you would make them, sometimes you pull them and they'd crack. But at the same time, the setup for screen printing, it becomes a time versus money to me, right?
That's like when I started out, that's like my parents, like I was way little, like in grade school and all that. And their shop literally, that's what they did most of the time was the transfers back then. Because the screen printing isn't like it is now. It was a lot more intensive work. Like you didn't print normal films, you printed the vellum or you did the block out method. And so It was a lot more time consuming in it. So a lot of times you'd buy transfers on the basic, like the funny shirts and all that, and just do the heat press thing. And of course, too, they didn't hold up good, but that was what was done back then. And I remember them starting out. That was one of the first things. So I was, I think, in second grade, learned how to use the heat press, pressing some of them transfers. But it was, when you brought that up, it reminded me of them old school ones because we had the ones with the big metallic flake on them and all that stuff. But they were pre-made. And of course, too, the colors didn't, you put it on a dark color, it ain't like now where they've got like the dye blockers on it. It would literally slowly start fading into the shirt, the colors would, and then.
See, I never tried any of the sublimation paper that you guys all talk about, and that looks like a different thing than a transfer. It looks more like your ink is kind of sitting on the paper.
That one you actually print directly to the paper, and then what happens when it hits that temperature, that the ink that's on the paper becomes a gas, and polyester, the fibers open up, and so it's kind of like dyeing an Easter egg. Them fibers open, the ink falls into it, and then when it cools, it closes. And so the ink is locked in there. It's not coming out. So it actually dyed the shirt, where screen printing is on top and you're pushing the ink into it. Sublimation actually dyes it permanently. So, but it's only can be done on polyesters or coated stuff and all that. Like, for instance, I've got some videos coming up of doing gun holsters. So Kydex.
Oh, yeah.
But you got to use white Kydex because, like, if you use the Robin color and you try to put like my bananas and pickle logo, that yellow is not going to be yellow with the Robin color behind it. So I can't do like a what's that? Whatever company uses the Robin color. Any other time I could have told you that store, but so like the white one, I can do the full color thing, and that's the difference between sublimation is you have to pretty much do it on white colors. Or like if I did it on this shirt, I could put black over it because this is a poly shirt, but it's a blended one. But this is actually the transfer. But I could put it on here with black and it would be fine. But if I was like, I don't have white, so like the banana pickle logo would all this where the white would be at would be the color of the shirt.
Oh, okay.
So I would lose the depth because you're going to get the color behind it coming through.
Now, when you're doing the sublimation paper printing and stuff like that for your shirts, are you able to fill a whole shirt? Like, can you do a whole shirt design, or do you need to like direct to garment that, or do you need to like?
Well, there's a few ways to do it. Like, for instance, that's where my mask and all that get done. I have a company that will do cut sew for me. So what that means is it's literally the shirt is sewed up, so the seam will be blended perfectly. You can press them yourself. Like, you can buy a polyester shirt and sublimate the whole thing. It's called an all-over print. What happens, though, you get the mark when you lay it on the table where the seam's at. So you're going to get white streaks here under the arms and all that. There's no easy way around it because how shirts lay, they bunch up and they buckle. So On an all over print that you're doing yourself, like, so let's say you buy the polyester shirt for $3 and you're doing the all over print, like some of the people you'll see online do it, the front and back. If you're doing, let's say you're turning the shirt black and you're doing everything with your logo on it, you're going to get white strips here. You're not going to prevent it. You're going to get some maybe in the collar. You tell the customer that, but it's going to be in there. Now, if their artwork's like a splattered mark, you can get away with it. They're not going to notice it, but because you could be like, hey, that's part of the randomness. But in general, you are going to see it, and it's just something you deal with. So people accept that, but it's kind of like you're not going to do a team sport with that because the team won't match. So on that, you're going to go the cut sew method. So you're going to, and it's done with polyester. What it is, though, it's printed out on the fabric and then it's all sewn together.
Oh,
so
okay.
That's kind of the difference. The difference too, though, cut sew, they're not going to do one shirt for you. Like my people in Pakistan, I've got set amounts that I've got to order. They'll do like numbers. They'll do jerseys and all that where it's on there, but they're not going to print me one shirt. They're just going to laugh at me if I call and say I need one shirt. Usually I've got to buy 20, 50, 100, 1,000 to get them to do all the cut sew.
See, I think I want to order a big stack of those sublimated transfers, but I want them already, the art already on it.
Yeah, well, see, that's what they do. Like the artwork, when people sell the transfers, let's say we're doing this. The paper, you can buy the paper already printed like that, so it's on the right way. And then, like, for instance, if I'm doing the air fresheners, I would just put these on the air fresheners and sublimate it with the heat press, throw this paper away, then the shirt gets done after. Like, so a lot of, like, some people, like, a lot of the people that follow the channel, a lot of them will have the printers already. There are some people, like, that I've printed for that I'll sell them the paper that's already printed on. And so they just put it on the item. But it's kind of like where I have, like, the boxer briefs and all that. We sell the blanks. Now, with them, you're going to get the marks down the side. There's ways to kind of roll it so that you don't get the seam as bad. But you're going to see that when you do, let's say, the boxers or whatever, because they don't lay as smooth, the crotch area and all that. But most people are content with that because, like, for instance, Valentine's, we sell loads of them things. And people put their significant other's face on it or their own face. And so it's more or less a gag gift, a novelty gift. And sells really good, so they don't mind having the few spots that don't come out good. You can do I thought I have them sitting here. You can do what I would call the full correct way cut sew ones, but they're not like, you're not going to get it done for one pair. Like I've got a pair here where let me see if they're. Right here they are. These are not mine, by the way, people. These are just blanks, or these are test ones. So a normal pair, like a cut sew, these are cut sew. So over these seams, you'll see the thread here, of course. The blank ones, the seam is white.
Oh, okay.
So now the difference, so on the cut sew, my image, which they didn't even line the image up good, but okay, here's a good example. The panda. The panda lines up perfect. And that's because it's cut and sewn together everywhere where that seam's at. And then like the other thing is like around the side here, the waist goes all the way around the artwork. And it's literally like you can see right here where they cut and sewed it, where they didn't line the vertical up. If it was sublimated, that would have lined up. But you couldn't sublimate. Like when you sublimate these, you're going to sublimate it flat. So you're going to do like this side, and then you're going to do the back side. So you're going to have a mark down the seam here, and you would never be able to sublimate the inside band because you'd have to flip this inside out, waste more paper, and wrap it around just to get the inside sublimated. On the cut sew, they cut it all out and do it that way. So when you do these, you're going to get like the outside's going to look perfect fine, but on the inside here is going to be white unless you went through and wanted to spend the time, which most people will never do that. But these are cut sewn. These are actually printed on the paper and then all sewn together. The only negative about cut sew, which they could have done white thread here, but they went with black because they're black in general. So they could have done the white, but what would have happened like in the area through the eye, then he would have had like a white eye going down through there instead of the black. So in cut sew, they just pick the color that's going to blend in the most and run with it. But these are actually cut sewn, and then the blanks are the other way. And like I said, and then when they lay flat, like you can see all the sewing where the seam is in the crotch area. When you sublimate blank ones like this, you're going to have some of the color not get in that area just because it's going to bunch up.
Okay.
When you lay it flat, just because all the bunching that you can get there. So you might get like a white spot in the very bottom, which no one's going to notice it unless they're seeing you wearing them and looking really close. So you don't have that issue. Thanks, Eddie. These are the wrong size. They should have said small. I don't know why they're saying no, fat man on it, but so that's the difference between the cut sew. But like I said, you can literally like full on, if you had a full on clothing line, you would go, or like when I do like the jerseys for schools, we do full on cut sew. Like, so their basketball uniforms are going to be like this, so you don't see no marks. If you're doing it for like small stuff, or if it was all white, like, so if you had a white background, you can get away with these. Like, I've done them in my videos where I did the full color, and you will see it down the side, some of the colors where they didn't blend over good. Most people would be content with that. But like I said, like on a shirt.
Would you use a screen printing technique to?
No, this is sublimation. So like this ink will stretch with it because it's actually dyed into it. So like on the inside, it's hard to see it, but like the actual dye is into the fabric now. And so you don't ever have to worry like stretching and all that. It's actually impregnated into the fabric. The downside, these are only you can only do polyester. So these are polyester shorts. So it's got that polyester feeling. Not everyone's into that. It's a kind of spandex material. So some people might not like that. Some people don't mind it. Like on a shirt, it's kind of like your dry wicking material. So some people are fine with it. Some don't like that feeling. But like this, they're like these, you can never really screen print all this artwork just because there's a way to do it, like a roll printer. But screen printing, you could never put all this stuff on it. It would just be too blocky, and then your junk would never breathe, because if you went with plastisol, that would all be plastisol ink. So
yeah, they would sit there, sweat, marinate.
Yeah, you don't have a little heat. And for Canada in the winter, that would work fine. It would keep you warm. But Canada, how it is today, you're going to be sweating pretty bad.
Oh, it's so bad out there. It's like 104, 105 in some areas. That's hot. You know?
And like too, especially like you guys aren't used to getting that. So then it feels even worse too when you're not used to it compared to, because that's like in Michigan, I was used to cold weather. And then I got down here and been here so long. And we get like snow once a year if you're lucky. Yeah, Rye, I'm still on. So like we'll get snow here maybe once, and when we do, we're getting a dusting and it shuts schools down for a week. But like we're not used to it dropping to 0 or even 15. So even though I was used to Michigan, I'm not used to it after 20 years here. And it's horrible. You're like, wow, I got to go preheat the car? What is that? So it catches you off guard, and your body, and then the same with the heat though. If you're not used to it, it gets to you. Like our heat index here, we're in the 90s right now, but our humidity's upper 80s. So it's not the dry heat, because dry heat's, I mean, it's still bad, but when you add that humidity to it, where you stick to yourself and all that, and you sweat, not even moving, that heat feels 10 times worse because it's hard to cool down then.
Yeah, that's what's happening here. It's very, very, very humid.
Yeah, because you're getting the lake effect heat or the moisture from the water and all that.
I'm wishing it was snowing a little bit, like, you know, the ground for something, and it's not so hot outside, right? But what can you do? What can you do?
Yeah, Eddie, there is a plant in Livonia. Was it DQ? Yeah, DQ Apparel. Yeah, I knew all about them guys. One of my friends works with them and knows them really well. He does all their softball jerseys. Like they'll do the cut sew, and like I said, that's the difference. Like on the cut sew is like this is cut sew, the other ones aren't. But most people, like my website where I sell the blanks, are pre-cut and sewn, because I could never send off and do that much customization. It's just not practical when people want one thing. But more people are like, even like these, like the biker shorts and the booty shorts that we have. A lot of people are pretty content just doing like for like the Valentine's Day thing. Most people are fine with that, and the money that they make on that, the markup. Like I think we saw these $4 or $6, and then they're gonna sell them $15 to $20 for putting someone's face on it, or whatever they want. I mean, they can be anything, but it's insane markup for that. And usually then people are happy because it's a one-off thing, so they don't mind seeing that white thing. But you can't do it like in a team jersey. Like the Olympics are coming up, it wouldn't meet Olympic standards.
So if you were going to start, let's say tomorrow, someone gave you $1,000 and said, "Hey, go start a sublimation company, make T-shirts." Well, not. What machine would you pick? What would you start with?
Well, 1,000 it gives you a little limitation. So I would, for one, you got to have a heat press. So I would look at what I'm going to want to press. So my goal, I would probably go with 16 by 20. It's one of your larger presses, but it's not an all over press. Like you can't do the 2X on these because they'll be past that. But you can do like up to the large on a 16 by 20. But you can do socks on it because the long socks you could do on there. So I would get that press, kind of like where I did that when I got it from China. Just because the press that I got from China, the equivalent press here would have been almost $2,000. So
yeah, they're expensive.
I went that route. I do have a high-end press at the shop, and that China, I'm just as content with that as I am my other press. So I would do that, and then I would get me the Epson 15000. Like I'd like to go with the 570 that I have, but the 570 is $2,500 by itself. That prints 24 inches. But if your press isn't that big, what's it matter? Like it's like this: if you can print 24 inches, or let's say 6 foot wide, and your press is only so small, your limitation is your press. So there's no need to have a press that's smaller than your printer because you're not gonna go past the limits then. So like with that 16 by 20, I can do a 13 by 19. So I can do socks. I can do anything that's 13 by 19. So that would fit the standard paper on a 13 by 19, which is like these are 12 inches wide. So a 12 inch will cover, even on me, a fat person, is going to cover the whole chest area. So I would go with that. And that's how I would do it. Just because you can do socks, you can do, which masks are out right now, but you can do, like I do baby bibs and all that. All that stuff can be done with that size. Like your T-shirts, you can do the middle area. You're just not going to be able to do the all over. But at $1,000 limit, what you're running into also too is like if you want to do an all over print shirt, you're looking $2,500 for a Chinese all over press, a US made one like a Knight. You're looking at, I think they're $6,800 for that press. It's 220 phase. So I mean, it's not bad, but that's what you're going to be looking at. So you're looking at anywhere from $5,000 to $8,000 because you're going to have the wire redone if you don't know what you're doing. So you're looking at a big investment if you're going that big. So is there money in that? Yeah, but if you're only doing like one or two, it's not worth it. The other thing on that, I would go with the Chinese press on that again, just for the simple fact, like there are not all things from China are bad. Like the bad thing is like where a lot of these people look on the heat presses, like most people in their first press is the Chinese press they got from Amazon. There's there's hot and cold spots in them. Like Knight is one of the only US made presses. Like Stahls and all that, a lot of them are made overseas, their coils and all that. So it's not all bad getting it from China. Like Heat Press Nation, that everyone's always buys their stuff, their signature series, all that's Chinese made presses. It's just they contracted to have them special done and meet certain standards. But things do come from China, aren't all bad. Like literally everyone's phone, mine's Samsung, so mine's in Taiwan, but their Apples are all Chinese made phones. Whether they like to believe it or not, it's all made in China. I mean, designed here, but made in China. So, and people believe that Apple phones are very good, high quality. they meet the standard what Apple puts out, but it's made in China. So I'm a firm believer that you can get some okay things in China. Like a good example, that UV printer I bought. It's less than $2,000. You can, like the other day we were talking about that. You can't touch a UV printer in that size under 10 grand, and that's even a cheap one. Like you buy like a Mamaki one, you're looking at right around 20,000-30,000 for the same size. So on that, I can ruin this quite a bit before I hit that Mamaki price. The other thing too, if I'm doing golf balls or pieces of glass, I can make a lot of money quick off of that to pay for that $2,000 compared to paying 20 grand before I see a profit. So
that's a good idea, right?
Like, and that's the thing. Like, I don't knock. Like, I have high end equipment too. So, and I do see the advantage of some of it. But like starting out, I mean, if someone's going to go spend that money, let's say you spent that on and bought that $20,000 thing, and then you don't like it 6 months later. Now you got to try selling it. You're not going to get the value for it. You're out 20 grand because you didn't like it, weren't into it, didn't understand it. Where if you're only out, let's say $1,000, it's easier to eat that and not feel bad compared to eating 20 grand. And then two is you can resell it, that, let's say that $1,000 heat press locally easier than you can to sell a high-end press, because only a handful of people are looking for the bigger stuff or the high-end stuff, because not everyone's got that kind of money to drop on the big equipment that it's still, the resale is still going to sell for.
See, and that's why, like, I like your channel, because you intrigued me when you were talking about starting a business with another gentleman. I don't want to get into their area, but the one person was talking about being able to start a branding, top of the line t-shirt company for minimal dollars. And I'm like, well, you know, my press alone is more than minimal dollars, and that's just my press. So I'm gonna ask another actual t-shirt guy that makes product all the time and be like, you know what, tell the people the truth. It takes, if you want to make money, you got to put money in. You can probably get some of the, like, the cheaper branded stuff and make something long enough to save up to buy something else. And
that's the way I kind of tell people, like when they're starting out. Because a good example, like my direct to film printer, I have a $10,000 to $15,000 direct to film printer. It's a dual head. It's a Chinese unit because there is no U.S. made units per se. There is no one in the U.S. that makes them. So, but it is a high-end Chinese printer. Most people that are doing like these ones, these are them sample ones I got, they're doing them on that little 13 by 19 printer that everyone are converting them. You can buy that printer that they're doing that for one. You can, if you find a used printer, convert it. You can do it for less than $500. If you buy one from most of these online places, that's $2,000 or less to buy that printer, the small one. The difference is the amount of output of prints that you can do. They're going to be limited to, like a sheet like this, they're going to be limited to maybe 10 an hour at best. My big one is doing 24 inches wide, and I'm knocking out 50 to 100 of them an hour. Now, does people need that one? No. I did it because the other stuff that we're doing, I seen a market for it, and I knew the small one, like I've had their smaller equipment before, and I knew it's not cost effective for me to run that smaller one because I can't make money when I can only run 10 an hour. And if I'm selling these, let's say the blanks, because people sell these blanks for less than $5 online. So when you add up the time and effort to go into it, you're not making much money on that. You're actually losing per hour because you got man hour, which most people don't add their time into it. So on that, I went with the big one. Right now, I'm not selling them to the public. We are thinking of doing it, but we're using it for our own use. The small printer here, I got it, one, to do videos with, but two, I don't have major jobs. And like, so this one works the same as a direct to garment machine, except it's using UV ink. So the output rate would be about 10 shirts an hour. So it's the same as the printer that's made for this. That's what that is. It's just a different platform, how it's made, and different ink. So on that, the reason on the UV thing, though, I'm printing on smaller things like glass or bottles or pens. So that's a lot more that you're putting in there instead of one item. But I still factor that. Like on that, I can make the money back. I'm not going to make, like, it's not going to make me rich overnight. But if let's say I decide tomorrow after I do my next video, I'm like, I don't like it. I'm only out less than $2,000. But like, I got it not as my major investment, not as basing my business around it either. Like, because I could base a business around it, I'm going to be capped out how much I can make off of that machine because it can only produce so much an hour. The bigger one can, but I wouldn't suggest people, like when I bought that big printer, I would not suggest many people go do it. Not that I want to stop them from getting in that business. For one, like, I've got videos on it and I'm trying to edit them to get them out there. The headache that you go through to deal with China on big equipment to get it imported here is a lot of headaches. You shell out that money up front. You don't see that for at least 30 days. That machine took 2 months on a boat to get here. So I'm out all that money for 2 months. Then when I got it, there's little things. Crate shipping is normally good, but you're always going to have something small break. We had a few little handles. It's nothing big. They sent me some replacement ones. You're waiting another month to get a little replacement handle. But so you've got all that time that can be downtime on it that you're not running in. Or like a good example, it was supposed to be 110, two 110 plugs. Literally, the guy's like, plug it into the wall. I plugged it in, and the lights kind of shuts right off. And we're doing a live chat with him. The downside, too, when you live chat with them, it's Chinese time. So literally, like right now, they're just getting in the office. So like the other 2-3 weeks back when I'm chatting with them, he was like, oh, now you need a step up voltage. So it takes the 110 to 220. I could run a 220 plug to it, but they need 4 plugs on that unit because over there they're using everything. Like Canada uses 110, but everywhere else uses the 220 double prong. And so like kind of like that plug I showed on the other machine, it's not a problem, but we don't have that voltage normally that way. So we either got to run 220, and breakers aren't like, to run that out of my breaker box it's kind of a nuisance to run 4 220 plugs. I mean, usually 220 is reserved for dryers and ovens in a house anyways. So could it be ran? Yeah. The cost to run all that wiring, it's easier to run a step up one, but it was supposed to be the 110. He didn't understand when I was talking to him that 110 and 110 is not 220. You don't put them together and it needed 220 on each thing. But the plug was a 110 plug. It was an American vertical. It wasn't an American 220 plug with the sideways. It was a 110 plug. So
my press is a 220.
Yeah, and it's not bad, but like that's one of the things you got to prepare for. Like I said, and that's something you can argue with them, but like usually you're doing wire transfer, so you're not getting that money back. Now, if you got good relations with these people, they'll send you stuff to make up for it, fix it, but sometimes they don't. Like a good example, the UV printer. I've dealt with them guys on a lot of their units since they've been making that stuff. The plug thing, he was like, just swap out a plug. I'll hook you up next time you buy another printer from me. Because to him to send me, which is true, I mean, it's just a computer printer plug. Everyone's got them laying around, the power plugs. But if you don't, you got to go buy one. That's $15-20. But to him, he doesn't want to send me another one. So you run into that. Or like the other one, we ended up going with the step up, like the 110 step up to 220 converter. Yeah. Which on that, you got to understand too that the maximum amperage drawn voltage on it is on your step up. You've got the 5,000 watts, or I went with the 5,000 watt one. Well, that's not 5,000 watt peak. That one's 3,500 peak. So you got to make sure your wattage is correct. There's a lot of it that buying normal American equipment, you don't have to deal with. You're like, you plug it in, it works. It says the amperage on the box. You put the amperage in your breaker box, you're good to go. The Chinese stuff, they don't understand that. I was literally doing live chat showing in my breaker box. And he's like, no, dude. Like he's like, fuse. I'm like, no, I don't run. We run breakers, not fuses. And trying to explain to them on that stuff. And so like literally if you don't get it fixed, you've got $10,000 boat anchor sitting there if you didn't fix it or convert the stuff. But you run into a lot of them issues like that literally someone that bought these smaller printers, they're up and running literally within a week from getting the ones where mine, it took literally 3 months to get that machine up and running. And so like, is it worth it? We're not selling to the public. We only use it for ourselves right now. So it really is going to be a little while before it pays for itself. Where if someone went with that smaller one, they can do 2 orders and it's paid for itself. The downside is if you called and needed like 1,000 of them prints by the end of the week, they're going to laugh at you because their machine can't do it. And so you're going to be waiting a month to get them where so some of it does have advantages and disadvantages, but it's always looking at kind of like what you said when you gave me a budget earlier. It's looking at what the budget limit is because, if I have an unlimited budget, I'm going to buy this, this, and this. If I have a set budget and I've got to work in them confines, I'm going to look at other things. And like I said, even the heat press, when I got that, they set it up in Fahrenheit for me. Well, a lot of them you can throw back to Celsius. And I think you guys use, depending what part of Canada you guys use Celsius. It's not hard to convert that. You Google it nowadays. But some people like the advantage of going back and forth. I hit the button and it locked me out of the whole program setting. And so literally, luckily I was able to message them and they're like, here's how you do. Don't hit this button. But the thing, like an American made one, you don't have that issue. You got good tech support. That one, you get support. You're on their time frame though. So they were able to get it worked out. The press works good, but you run into them issues if you don't have the time or the patience to deal with these people. You're going to be stuck kind of with stuff that ain't working the way you want. And then the warranty issues, like my one press, this one I've never had a problem with. I had one about 10 years ago. It lasted 6 months and crapped out on me. Getting them to warranty it, even though they say they got like a 2-year warranty, is slim to none. They just start ignoring you and all this other stuff. Luckily back then it was done through PayPal. So PayPal insured me, but that's the other thing too. On some of it, you got to look at it that way. But in general, I always tell people, look at the budget you got, because it's better to get in there and get going than to kind of like on some equipment. People's like, well, I'm going to save up and get this. Well, if you waited 10 years to buy that machine, you made no money instead of just buying that cheaper one right here and at least getting your foot in the door and making something. Now, are there limitations? Yeah, like I wouldn't buy like that blue super cheap manual press. There's too many issues with it. But for that price, you can find a used one online that would work just as good. Like
Now
I always tell people, get started first.
You're teaching people how to make shirts and how to do printing and stuff like that. And it's better that they hear it from someone like you, that because some poor person is going to go invest X amount of dollars because they heard from somebody else that you can do this, and they go and they buy these knockoff okay, they're not really knockoff presses, but I mean, like if you had the Transformers and the GoBots, you didn't buy the GoBots, you bought Transformers, right? Okay, so if you have that, these people are going out and taking their hard-earned money, they're buying a press from China, and they get back and they press something and like over in a certain area, it just didn't stick right. Why? Because it's already got dead spots.
They had a cold spot in it where it wasn't. They didn't.
Yeah, right. And nobody's telling them to be prepared for that, because their first answer, anybody who doesn't make T-shirts, their first answer is going to be, "Oh, lower your press and put more weight on it."
Yeah,
that's not always the answer. That does not.
Yeah, and some of the answers, especially like on that, because I know what you're talking about, like presses like that. The issue is you're going to have to move your image over because that press will not fix itself. You could send it back. You might get a word. Yours might be in the center next time instead of at the upper left corner. So it's work with it. Like see if they'll work with you on it. But if not, find out at least how to press something that you can press. Understand, okay, this zone's bad, so I can't press something that big. But look at it first, because like buying some of them ones like that to waste the money. People, like you said, they save their money up and spend it, and then something not work. I feel bad for them. That's like when people ask me, like, I bought this UV press. I've used this company before, but even now from when they were before, some of their quality is better. Some of their, like before they gave me ink. This time they didn't. Ink for a UV printer is not cheap. That's literally half of what I paid for this printer and the ink. Now I did, like I said, I did the video on explain, hey, you got to buy it separate. They don't tell you that though. So for someone to go out, now they're in $2,500 instead of $2,000 on this printer because you got to buy the ink. Now, over time, you're going to have to buy ink anyways, but knowing that up front is a big difference because, like, if you, let's say, took a loan out at your bank, they're not going to give you an extra $500 because you messed up. They're only going to give you what you budgeted for. And so now
Exactly.
you're either going to wait that time. And that's why I tell people, I was like, try to do your research, watch online and see what honest people are saying. Because like, I'm not filthy rich, but I don't mind spending money to test this for people so they know, so they're not wasting the money. Like the nice thing is I monetize, so I do get money for people watching my videos. Hopefully I had enough people watch that video would pay for, if it's junk, then I'm not losing that bad. Most of the time it don't, but it pays, like it does pay me something. So I'm able to do that where not everyone's got the ability or affordability to go waste that money on that. Like I do have a video coming up. I bought a 2-headed embroidery machine.
Oh, okay.
Tajima and all that. This company I've dealt with before, talked to them a lot. I'm going to run it through the paces and all that. But the price that I paid for that 2-head shipped to my door was $6,000. You're not going to touch even a used 2-head for that much. Like a good example, Rise Tajima was right around $5 or $6 grand a single head. That machine is also 10 to 15 years old. Tajima's top of the line. But there's a point too, you always got to check, because even the top of the line machines, like Tajima, they were based in Japan, but some of them are made in China because they got a Chinese plant, so that they can be made on the same line. The other thing you got to remember, his is no longer under warranty. So a new one at least comes with the warranty as long as the company's fairly decent and stand by it. The other thing too, if I was to buy a new 2-head Tajima, I'm looking 20 to 30,000. I can buy 6 of these for the price of that one. So like if I'm taking a loan from a bank, now I got to make 30,000 before I make $1 back, compared to 6,000 before I make it back. Now,
Exactly.
and some of it's not, like some machines aren't worth it. Like Juan ran into the Cam 5 embroidery machine. It was very bad, but like that's one of the things they're more notorious for not being good anyways. And they're not a $6,000 embroidery machine either. You're paying high price for that Cam 5 embroidery machine. So like some things are worth risking, other ones aren't. I do got the embroidery set up. So far, like I haven't ran it through all its paces. So far I'm content with it. I'm still tweaking some things. Their service is even a lot better. They'll answer me during the daytime. It's just, and most foreign people can speak English. That's a requirement over there, that they learn English in school. It's broken English, but my English is, as you know, isn't the best either. So it is worth dealing with them sometimes, because if you can get a good deal on stuff. But it's one of the things too, that machine could be a piece of crap after, and I'd rather someone know than they go spend the money on it instead of, and it's not that I want to be the guinea pig for everything, but I look at it this way. If it does pay off, then I came out really good. I came out really far ahead. If it doesn't, with me doing the videos, and if I sold it or whatever, I could probably get half my money back to 3/4 of my money back when it's all said and done after the videos, selling the parts, because it's got magnetic hoops with it they sent me. I could recoup my money back where I would feel fine anyways.
Yeah, but you're at least when you're doing your reviews, you're not doing the review because, let's say, again with pop, a root beer pop, root beer isn't paying you to review that
Oh yeah,
pop. Of course, you're
right.
going to be biased if you're being paid by a company and your object is to sell those machines, those transfers, those things, but you're getting a kickback from the company every time you sell something. You may not be giving people the actual.
Yeah, you're biased. You're one side, and that's the thing, is everything I do is like I pay for everything. So like if I don't like that, for one, it's not hurting my income because they're not giving me a dime off this printer or my heat press. So if it's junk and I say it's junk, the only thing it's going to do is it's going to prevent people from buying it. Now it's going to affect that company, but it's not like it didn't affect me, because that means I'm not getting money from them. And that's one of the things I try to be biased, or not biased. I try to be fair on that. Is usually like I don't have any companies offer me anything. Part of it is because I'm honest about their stuff, and a lot of them don't want me to do their product because, like, even if it's a good product, there's always something wrong. Like this lady here, she makes a good, amazing quality press. She didn't do the right white ink or the glue good, and it doesn't stick, and you get dye migration. So I was honest and told her that, and said it on the live and on the video. Well, of course, I'm sure it affected her sales right then. But then what it did, though, it did make her go back and fix it. Now she's went back and fixed it as her being a company. And hopefully, if she wants to send me more, I'll do the review. She hadn't sent me no more. But if it does, at least she'll go back and maybe fix it now, and maybe other people will learn from that. And like I said, it's like everything I buy out of my own pocket. So like literally, like the bad thing is like even when I was getting blanks from my store that we sell, you don't know how many, like I've got boxes over there, like some of these other boxers and briefs that to buy them from China or India and all that to have them made. It's easier to buy like 10 of a pair instead of buying one sample because it costs me the same. So literally I will buy one of every size and have it shipped to me and pay for it and then find out, hey, this is junk. I don't like it. But exactly. I don't put that in my store. I keep it for like literally I'll do a stupid video on it or just what I call trash stuff or give them away to people because like them one tumblers I gave out, they're not bad like them pink ones and all that where I did the thing. They don't sublimate that good. I bought 4 cases of them. Because I was like, oh, I'm going to sell them. And then I did my test on them. I'm like, they're junk. I don't care for them. They are sublimatable, but you've got to be really good. You got to be right on that temp. Most people, they're learning at this stuff. They're not going to be right on that temp. They're not going to get them to come out good. So I was like, I'm not putting them on my store. I will give them away or use them around here in the city, give them to people. Because I was like, I don't want to put a product out that's not good or tell someone to buy it when it's not good. And even on that, that's my own product. And I was like, I don't feel comfortable selling it, even though other people's like, hey, we buy them all the time. They work good. I'm like, these are the same ones, but I think they're too hard to use. I'm not going to put them out there for people to use.
See, and that's where it becomes good that people who are trying to start a t-shirt company, print shop, should come across more people like you because they need to know the actual ins and outs of things before they go. Some people, some of them are single parents or something that take all of their money and invest it into something because somebody else told them that they could do it and didn't give them the proper information. And they told them the information they could do it because they get a percentage of what sells and whatever that is.
Yeah, they're getting a percentage that kickback. And
exactly. They're not giving the person the actual information and what's needed. I mean, like, because some people are investing large amounts of money or they're deciding, okay, they don't want to live this way anymore or the way that they're living. And they put everything into it and then they send away and they had misinformation from the beginning. So they take all their money, send it all away and then get something back that isn't even viable. And they're like, oh my God, you know,
yes. And that's one thing like where I seen even when I first started, that's why I started doing the videos. Like I literally some of my earlier videos were bashing them people because I call them kickback kings and all that. And there's more than just the one. That's all they do is push products to get money for it. And I'm like, people save their hard-earned money to get into this stuff. And that's why I do the videos on like even on using the cheaper printers. Do I use the big ones in my shop? Yeah. Do I have these little ones? Yeah. That's what I do the videos on because that's what these people can afford to start out with. I don't suggest someone to go spend like even that Epson 570, which is $2,500. My other one is $6,800. I definitely do not suggest someone to go buy that as a starter printer because that's $6,800 that if you don't know what you're doing, for one, you're wasting loads of media. 2, you waste $6,800 on something that's not small, not light. You need certain things to run that thing. That's a lot of money to tie up that if it doesn't work for you. Then if you're just starting out, you can drop $300 on the one printer or $600 on the other one. And if it doesn't work, you can at least still print your office files with. That big one, I can't print my office files with it. It won't take that small paper anyways. It is only made for one thing and one thing only. But like I've met people that literally they're like, I spent this because I seen so-and-so say this. And they're like, I'm a single, like kind of like you said, I'm a single parent, I'm this or that. And then I feel so bad because I'm like, if they would have just listened or found the truth instead of kind of like the snake oil people where they jumped on it because they sold it good. I've watched the thing where they're like, here's who I seen it from. And I'm like, man, that guy's got me sold on and I'm going to go. And then it's like you look and you're like, I don't know now. And it's kind of bad that people do it. I understand that's how they're getting money and that's everyone's got to make a living. But it's one of the things like I got to sleep at night. So if I don't feel comfortable, I'm not going to tell someone to do something or use something. Because at the end of the day, I sleep at night. And I mean, I don't feel right scamming someone or telling someone what doesn't like. I try to be honest. And like some people are like, well, even on the ink, you only suggest Epson ink. The reason is I've used the other. It works. Some of them does, but Epson don't give you a warranty for using their ink unless it's the Epson made one for it. But you're going to get better results because it works it's cheaper per liter. I would rather people use what works best, and it's cheaper anyways. And instead of buying something that these people, like the company itself, like that one I always talk about, Cosmo, the guy literally got into it a year and a half ago when he first started selling ink. 6 months, like after 6 months into him, he didn't even know what sublimation was. He bought sublimation, and 6 months later he started Cosmo ink. And then now it's been a year and a half, and everyone buys that ink. And I'm like, well, it's good marketing. What's his background? And you call me like, where do you do your quality checks? He has no answers for it because he doesn't do that. He just buys it, sells it, and ships it. And I'm like, that's fine. And yeah, a lot of people have good results with it. But if you go back and watch any of my videos on sublimation printers, literally 10 of the people, like 10 out of every 20, that's their question. Hey, I'm using this ink. I'm having an issue. Can you help me? Well, for one, that's not my ink. I still help them though. But what it is they bought what I would call the wrong ink, and let alone they're stuck. That company doesn't back their product, and now they're stuck with the printer that they can't use, the wrong ink, and then they're just reaching out for someone to help them. And like I said, I try to help them as much as I can. It's usually 9 out of 10 times they're using ink that normally does run into issues. And what it is, some of them are trying to save a buck. And if they looked at how much they paid per liter, they didn't save, they actually paid more. But not everyone understands price breakdowns. And like when I was selling masks, I had a customer that would not buy masks from me. He said I was 5 cents more than where he was getting them. But they charged him 10 cents more for the poly bags, but it was a mandatory buy. And then he was like, well, you don't sell me the poly bags. And I said, no, I don't, because I'll give you an eBay link for free where you can get them for like 2 cents instead of me charging you 5 cents, because I'm going to have to upcharge it if I buy it. And so on paper, I was cheaper, but on his mind, he's looking at the total thing. And I'm like, do you use that bag? Because most people don't use that bag. They throw them away anyways, because they put them in a bundle and sell it. But he was so obsessed with that thing. And I'm like, it's 5 cents difference. And I'll show you how to get them even cheaper and where to buy that bag. But they had them sold on hey, you're getting the bag with it that we're charging you more. And it wasn't a better product. It was just, he fell for that thing. And he believed it was better to have that. When you open, even these ones, when you open them, like, because these are pre-made for me. And so they're sealed. When I open these, they are a resealable bag per se, but they don't seal perfectly again, because it's one of them things. It's a one and done seal. I mean, you can reseal it, but it's not a Ziploc bag that's going to keep opening and closing. And so, like, if I try to put these back in here, for one, I'm not going to get them folded because they got a bunch of people that live to fold things over there. Mm-hmm. I don't have a flip fold in this shape, so I'm not going to get it back in that bag. So it's one of them things. It's like, is it worth it? To me, no, but other people, that other person thought it was. But now I did help him when he had problems with the mask. Like, their mask didn't lay flat, didn't do a bunch of things. And he'd call me. He's like, well, this mask, I'm like, well, mine lay flat. And mine, like, the time he put into that, saving that 5 cents wasn't really saving it. But like I said, he fell for their video. And I mean, I seen, like, because he's like, here's what they're showing on their video. It looked good. And I mean, they had amazing edits, everything else. Mine wasn't that. But I spend my time working. I don't spend my time editing videos and making them that great. So that was the outcome for him, is he looked at the better quality video, not at the content. And not
people are making the mistake because they're falling for people. And now I'm not talking about everybody, and I'm not even going to name anybody's names or anything like that. But, there are a lot of people out there that are just out there to line their pocket.
Yeah.
And I understand that. I mean, if you're a businessman, I'm a businessman. At the end of the day, my bottom line is like the only thing I'm looking at, and you're a businessman, you understand that as well.
Yeah, you got to make a living. You got to feed your family.
Exactly. But I'm not telling my neighbor to go invest hundreds, if thousands of dollars on something they don't even know if they're going to like doing it, because I basically just sold them a dream. They've never made a shirt. They've never used a printer. They don't know how to use the software. And nobody explains that stuff, that you need freaking baby steps. Unless you got tons of money to invest up front where you can sit and not make any money for a few months and learn how to do everything, When I learned how to screen press and everything, I learned on bed sheets that I was buying from the Goodwills and the thrift stores myself to come back and practice, because I didn't want to make mistakes on a shirt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the thing is nobody's teaching that stuff. Nobody is giving them the real gist of a business. They just want to line their pockets. So they're going to tell you, hey, this is the best machine and this is the best way to do it. And all you need to do is buy one of these pieces of paper and this press, and you can make $1 million. All your dreams can come true. Everything can start with just one piece of paper, and it can. Don't get me wrong. You can build a business with just one thing and hope, but it's not easy, and it's not as easy as they're making it sound.
Yeah, and it's hard work. It's not like all these people make it seem like you buy this and do that and you're going to get rich. It's not. Like it takes lots of time, lots of effort, lots of practice. Like, because you're not going to get perfect results right away. Even finding the right vendors per se, like if you're doing cut sew, you just can't pick up a phone book. Like, well, phone books don't even exist anymore, but like you can't pick up a phone book and look up cut sew, because back in the day when I was doing and started in this, you didn't have internet. So my phone book didn't have cut sew in there because we didn't have it in the area. So like nowadays it's easier. You can type Google search things, but still to find out what works, what doesn't, even pattern sizes. Like when I deal with China, I have to send pattern size. And most people are like, and I watched a video earlier today and people's like, how to buy from these places over there. Yeah, you can buy, but until you get understand samples, Chinese sizes are not the same as American sizes.
No.
A small is not a small, trust me. If they lie to me, they're saying I'm a 5X right now, them bastards. But like, it's kind of one of them things is like, so you have to understand that going into it, get samples and all that, and either have them make the size. Because if not, and you buy that and just leave that label on it, you're going to have some very mad customers when you send them something and it's this small and they expected this, or there's so many variables. And like I said, and it's kind of, that's what got me back into YouTube. Like because before I just posted random things, but I hated seeing people not give the whole information. That's what got me started. It wasn't that I wanted to be YouTube famous or get money for it. I just was like, man, I've been doing this so long and I hate seeing the false information. Because when I started, literally, I had people explain it all to me that were in the industry, but it doesn't happen like that anymore. And so like heck, later on when I started, I'd go to even like a local shop, I'm like, hey, where do you buy your stuff? They wouldn't even tell you where to buy it from. It was like kind of a held secret until you found out like the trade shows and all that. And then even then you'd find people that would explain everything to you, how the process is done, where to get it done. But it's not like it is some things now. Like even now, they'll tell you where they want you to go because they're getting kickback. They don't tell you the whole thing. And to me, it's like, I would rather tell you the whole thing, because at the end of the day, I can't print for everyone in the world. As much as I'd like to, I'm not able to do that anyway. So I'm not worried about someone, like a good example, you're in Canada. I'm not worried about you taking my business because, for one, the customs. I got people at the border. But like you're so far away that even though I deal with the whole United States and all that, there's plenty of business for everyone is the way I look at it. And so if I can share my knowledge, for one, it helps other people. And then two, it even benefits me down the line, because if someone sees my video and let's say I'm over in California doing something and someone had a shop there, well then, hey, I might be able to have them help me out, print something right there. Or if they seen something and instead of me, like a good example, Vega printed some of the stuff for me when I snapped one of my ankles. Literally, I needed it done. He was able to knock it out that week, ship it to my customer, put my tags and everything on it. I didn't do anything. And if not, like I used local people back in the day. And what happened, and at least in my area here, my local people, what they would do is they would print, but I would get the product back, and they're running on autos. So you're not having that much mistakes. They would have double prints and all that, and they would send it back to me, but not put it in a pile of rejects. I would send it to the customer, and my customer would be like, hey, we got 3 rejects here that we're not accepting. And I'd look at it, and it wasn't like a small thing. It was horrible. But what it was, they were doing that because they didn't care, and they knew that my customer, if I had too many rejects, would go somewhere else, and they wanted to get the business. So they were literally sabotaging it per se to make them look better. So then what I ended up doing is I would get stuff back and literally have to go through every little thing. And I'm like, well, if I got to do this, it's double the work. Why am I doing? I'm not saving that much money. And so like I got more equipment then so I could do it myself. But then when I got hurt and all that, and we couldn't keep it all running on the one, I was like, he's in another state. He's not even going to search for my customer. He's not going to try to take the business from me. He's going to do, and I trusted him and took his word. He did amazing quality, because he knows too, if it was bad quality, and that's when me and him both were doing videos online, he knew I would have said, hey, this is horrible. So he knew it would affect his viewers, so no one online would have used. So it's one of them things that, like, some people worry, like, and so I don't worry about it. I'm like, it will help me too. If I got a customer out in Arizona now that needs something, I can be like, okay, and I'll just call him and have him print it. They can pick it up at his shop. And I know the pricing. So I'm like, it benefits people in general too, that people in these areas that you can work with and kind of associate with. Or if you're needing something like, hey, how are you printing this, or why are you doing that? It's something new I seen you doing. If you build relationships with these people, you've got other connections. Like a good example, if I wanted a comic book, I'm going to call you because I know you can probably find me it, and that's the thing, when you meet people and work with them, if you find good sources, it will help you out down the road. And like I said, not everyone looks at it that. Some people are like, oh, I've got to keep it all to myself. And it reminds me of patents. I've met people that had amazing patents. They wouldn't take it to the market because they didn't have all the right stuff. Some of the most ingenious things, and it ended up by the wayside, that never got taken to public because everyone's hoarding it. It's like, oh, it's mine, Smeagol love. Like, they wouldn't share it. And the thing is, it didn't benefit anyone. It didn't benefit them because they didn't make nothing off of it. It didn't get to the public to benefit the people. And at the end, it was just a greedy move that didn't help anybody, didn't help them, didn't make them a dime. And so to me, it's like sharing the knowledge. Hopefully it will help someone out. And I talk to like you, and I talk to people online. I'll get a message. Oh, thank you for helping me on this. That was something that and to me, that's enjoyment and a reward in itself. To hear someone say, hey, I learned from your video, or I learned this, or thank you for giving me a new contact to get a hold of somebody, like on equipment. And like, I don't get kickback from the equipment people. I wish they would. Like they charge me, I think, even more because they don't like me calling them and bugging them. But it's one of the things, like, it's, to me, that's the more enjoyable reward, is to see that it helps someone out. And I believe you help someone, what goes around comes around. And that's why I look at it and I've said it before, the Bananas Pickles company that I started, just off the mask alone, that company, and not bragging or anything, but it makes more than most people's screen printing shop does 5 years down the line. The numbers that we run through, because of products we sell. But I wouldn't have had all these customers if it wasn't for me being online, sharing my knowledge with people, sharing the other stuff, because these are the same people that buy the product. And so
the thing is if you're like, I feel we have responsibility in a sense out here as actual business owners and people that have been in business for quite some time, to give the actual facts, the truth about what it is to have a business. It's not sunshine and roses. And yeah, okay, some days I make a good dollar. Some days I'll make, in a day or two, I'll make what a person makes in 1 month. And I'll do that in a day or two. And that looks great. And everybody's like, wow, you made that in a day or two. But what you don't see is the several years of networking, first off, to even build to that relationship, to do something like that, because I had to work my way up. And that's been in every field that I've been in. I've had to work from the bottom and work my way up. And that's what they're not telling people about all this starting your business. And I would love kickbacks. I'm doing a channel now that's like a lot of comics and toys and stuff like that. Man, I would be like in glory. If like Hasbro decided tomorrow to send me some action figure, I would be like, I'm the most successful dude on the freaking planet, right? But if it was crappy, I would tell them it was crappy. If it broke when I opened it or something, I'd be like, yo, you sent me a nice toy, but it broke as soon as I opened it. Like, people need real information, the truth.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is like, it's like I said, people, when they see this other, they're like, oh, it just happened. They don't understand the struggle it takes to get to where you're at. Like, I wouldn't say sleepless nights, but that's kind of what it boils down to. When you're starting a business, you don't just start it unless you're Donald Trump and started with $1 million donation. Most people start with hard-earned money, and they have to work their way up. And it's when you do that, for one, you're more appreciative of the things. But there's a lot of people don't like. So many times people are like, well, I'm going to buy a case of these and I'm going to get rich. Well, I hope you do, But I'll be honest with you, you're not going to get rich off of that. And that's what some people are like, oh, you made this much this month. I'm like, yeah, but then there's always next month. I'm like, I can do a huge amount in one day. Even like you said, I can do what some people do in a month in one day, but it doesn't mean I do that every day. And then they don't understand that I didn't do that in 5 minutes worth of work. The effort, like kind of like where I've told people, like with me sitting up at night dealing with China and all that, usually I'm up on there from 10 o'clock till 3 o'clock in the morning when I'm doing orders and all that for a week to 2 weeks straight, making sure everything's lined out. And people don't tell them that China's not going to call you in 12 in the afternoon your time. They're going to deal on their time. And if you're not up, you're going to get an email and you're going to be literally there for a month straight, email to email, because they'll email you back at that time. But then you're only going to get that one email because you didn't wake up that night to answer it. So if you want to get loads done, you got to stay up on their time. And it's kind of one of the things not everyone notices that, and not everyone wants to say that. And it's not that I don't want people to get into businesses. I just would like them to know the truth, because it's hard work. Nothing's easy. Nothing's given to you. And it can all be taken away in a blink of an eye, too, if you're not good at how you run that business. Because if you're like, oh, I made a bunch, I'm going to just kick back now. Well, it can all come away. And like I said, the engineering company I worked with, that company was a 70 or 80 years old company. It went bankrupt. And the reason it went bankrupt, it was bad management. We had amazing products. It was poor management. And I told people, and I said, it wasn't my fault. I don't blame it. My patents were good and they made money off my item, but it was one of the things, it can all be gone in a blink of an eye. And so I try to help people at least understand or try to help them out anyways, what's out there, look at the different means, because like I said, not everyone's got loads of money to invest when they start, but they want to get into it. And I'd rather them use the money wisely and get something that works for them instead of buying into the hype of this is a magic bean that's going to do everything, because it doesn't exist. That tree got cut down in Jack. I mean, and it's nice to see the rewards when things do work out, but you don't always start and have that way. Like I worked in the music industry in Nashville, and we recorded music. Everyone thinks you're going to be the next country singer. The rappers are recorded. Everyone thinks they're going to be the next big rapper, famous rapper. The odds were it was slim to none that they were ever going to make it. Now, you don't want to come out and be like, you're not going to make it. You're horrible, because for one, they're paying for the studio time. But when you're mixing, like you can only polish a turd. At the end of the day, it's still a turd. And so like you can't make them look any better than you can make it sound better, but you can't make it. If it didn't rhyme, it didn't rhyme. You can't blend it to rhyme. And it's one of the things some people got to come to realization. Like I had people in there asking, like, what do you really? I'm like, honestly, you're horrible. I felt bad saying it, but I was being honest, because I was like, why waste your money? You're paying $120 an hour here to get my studio time when, man, you need to be going doing something else. I was like, your beat's awesome. Work on beats, sell beats. But you're rapping, like you're not on the, like, and you try to be honest with people, understanding that, yeah, might affect your outcome, but you don't, in the end, a lot of them will come back to you and be like, well, thank you. Hey, it was helpful on that, because not everyone got that time, money, and all that. And it's like I told people, like everyone that thinks they can play, I can walk down Nashville streets right now, and there's homeless people that can play the hell out of a guitar down there. They were studio musicians, and literally they're paying for change because they make more money doing that than they did sitting in the studio. And they all think, like everyone thinks they can play until they step out there and look. Anyone can play. If I needed someone in the studio to sing backup, I could walk down that street and find somebody in 10 minutes. You're like, some of the things that people think they're special at, there's a million of them out there. It's just who got lucky enough. And like when I did sports, was I the best? No, definitely not in my mind. I got lucky, knew the right people, and made the right moves when I was out on the field. But everyone's like, what makes you make the moves? Literally, I went where I felt right. It wasn't like I looked and be like, okay, there's 12 here mathematically. No, I just did what I did and got lucky. And it worked out in the long run. But
hey, Steve Block, thank you very much. I will keep making jokes for a little while anyways, at least until some of my new series start coming out this year. But thank you for the support. I appreciate it.
It's good having you on here, C Block. I know we've been missing you a lot lately. And then Rooster, I haven't seen him in a while, but
yeah, it's starting to fill up. I mean, most of the night, I think it's been around 8 people.
Yeah, like I said, it wasn't planned, which it was just something I wanted to get on and do a live and try to get people on. And some days there's a lot, some days it's not as many, but.
Oh, but this was wonderful.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, you know the crazy thing though, Mike? Literally, I have one person that messaged me. They very seldom catch my live, but they always listen to it which this one's going to be 3.5 hour live. But she always will message me after. She's like, "Hey, I listened to it after," and most of the time she's like, "Oh, I got this from that or that from it." Like just because they weren't on the live, a lot of them will listen, and the views, of course, the views will go up then, but. I find out too, it's weird, like the ones that didn't even show up, I still will hear from them like, hey, I listened or I found this out. And like I said, it's kind of nice to see that because like I said, or they're like, hey, and like the other thing too, not every video I make is for everyone. Like some hate my stock stuff, which I understand. Stocks aren't for everybody. Some people like it. Now, granted, if I look at my algorithms and all, them are my worst watched videos. But like for instance, C Block loves when we talk that, or like when I had some other ones. So it's one of the things. Just because it's not for everyone, it's for somebody. Certain things are for everyone, and so that's why I told people I was like, I'll still do my stock ones. Will they be my lowest view videos? Yeah, just because they always end up being it. But I have fun doing it. I have fun investing my money, and I like talking to other people that's doing it also. And there's a lot of good gems out there. I mean, I've made money. I'm still up 60% on my stocks per year, which is insane.
That's really good, actually.
The S&P, you're lucky to do 10 to 15%. We're in almost July, so I'm 6 months in this year, and I'm still at that percentage. And so I don't think it's that bad at all. I mean, it's above and beyond what I would like to do, so I can't really complain. So
the general public finds stocks very confusing and hard, and if you're not really good at math,
yeah, and that's what I was saying. It's like it's not putting people down. A lot of it's just like, and then understanding that, understanding like curves and all what's gonna like in your predictions. It's all it is predictions. Mm-hmm. But it's studying companies too. Like I'll go and look online and see what the company's doing. What like if they're coming out with a new product. Like a funny thing, like Moderna. I had Moderna before they even had the COVID vaccination, before COVID hit. They were working on other things. And then I sold it when they did their first trial test. And I was kicking myself after. I'm like, I should have kept it till it went to the full production because, I mean, I still made a huge amount off of it. But what it would have been compared to if I would have kept it. But it was one of the things. I mean, I looked at it and they had some other stuff in the pipeline. And I'm like, that's an interesting thing. But it's one of the things. It's not for everyone. Like 10 years ago, I thought stocks were stupid. So I mean, it's one of the things. Everyone's got different things. Everyone's got different likes. To me, it's always fun. Just like I've got a normal person that handles my normal investments. I use what I call it's real money, but I call it play money. It's my spare money that is laying around that I invest in my own. And like even like right now, it's up to over 15,000 in there. It's done good. I have fun. Yeah, I was gonna say, Rooster. Just so you know, though, Krispy Kreme they're scheduled to go public again. So when they do, I'm buying Krispy Kreme. It's going to go under I think it's DNOT or something like that. They haven't released a date yet, but they are going live with the donuts again, Krispy Kreme. But
hey, Martin, I see you. It's actually midnight here, like it's 10 to 12 in Canada.
It's 11:47 there.
Yeah, 11:47. But I don't sleep much. I'm one of those guys that work like all the time. So
yeah,
I'm usually out here in my office.
Yeah, it's one of the things. Like I said, I'll do different things. Some videos are more for other people. Some are for it's. I found that out quite a bit. Like literally, like the ones that I will get back to doing, but they weren't doing good views. Is like I make like hidden shelves and all that. I take Coke machines and turn them into gun safes. Or whatever safe you want to put in there, donut safe.
We should try and get you sponsored by Krispy Kreme. We should start.
I know, like literally, I've told people like all the time, like hit Krispy Kreme up, throw them to my link, because I'm sure they would donate donuts to me, and I would gladly devour at least one a show.
Like a box or just one donut, you know? Like,
well, see, you missed a live the other week, Mike. I did the live donut thing where I actually devoured it live. What was crazy, I bought them and they had the lemon filled one. So I was like, I'm going to do a review. So I ate one
Well, I slammed one and then I ate the lime one to do the review. Then I'm like, hey, I'm going live. So I went live. Well, during the live, from me eating that, or the first one there, to when I drove home, I devoured 3 more that I ate in like with less than a minute time. So it was 5 donuts in less than 15 minutes, 15, 20 minutes. So yeah, I was feeling it when I got home, because when you eat them that quick, you don't get the full taste. But
I bet after you eat like 5 donuts in a row, I bet you get like that feeling in your stomach after, because it finally does start to settle.
yeah, well, the worst. Well, see, I had no milk with me either, and so like that last one, it was Denise hopped on, and Denise and Lily, I think, and they're like, "Do it! You didn't do it earlier." And I'm like, "Oh man, I'll do it now." One last donut, and it, like literally no milk. I had water sitting in the vehicle, and it was super hot because it was sitting in the sun, so it was like hot water. So I had nothing to drink in between all them donuts, anyways. So like, I mean, they're dough, they got the glaze, but eating that many donuts and not having nothing to wash anything down. And then right after that, Rye's like, jump out and do a Chinese fire drill, run around the vehicle, which that was racist, but that's what Rye asked for. So even then, like running around and having donut, I was like, it was horrible. And then that last one, I was like, if I die eating this donut, there's nothing to wash down. I'm like, they're gonna see me die on you. I'm like, yeah, I'll get more money. More people watch the video if I croak on here.
Right. Now you get that 20,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
I can't even get 200 subscribers yet. I've been at this for 4.5 months now almost. And I mean like daily.
Yeah, well, you know what's crazy? Like mine, like I mean, I've been on YouTube for 12, 15 years, something like that, which I wasn't doing them until recently. But literally it started slow, picked up, dropped down, and then it was climbing really good. And it was weird because where I said I'm going to do the giveaway, when I hit 2,000, we're going on 4 months now and I haven't hit 2,000. When I first started that, I was on a pace to hit it by the end of that month. We're 4 months in and now I'm averaging less than 50 new subscribers a month. And so, I mean, it takes a little to hit the rest of it. So I was like, man, it is crazy to see. I was on like the projections were doing good, and then it literally flattened. How their algorithms work and the people on there, it is very weird. Yeah, it was literally peer pressure, me C Block. It's very, very weird, like, because I put more content out and I'm like, hey, I'm putting all these videos, it should be going up more people. The views have slowed down, and it's like I mean, what's weird, the stuff they're watching is still all the old videos. Like even too, they'll watch like a printer video, and I've got 3 new ones since then, and they all watch the old one. But it's like that slowed down, and then the subscribers slowed down. But even when I talk to Rye's subscriber count, it's not going up like what it used to. And it's just one of them things. Sometimes you get, like when Juan's went up, literally I did a video on sublimation tumblers. He did one a day later, and it went viral, and he hit 100,000, 200,000 views on that thing. And he was at, him and Rye were going for who would hit 5,000 subscribers at that time. And he wasn't many ahead of Rye. If when they started, I think Rye was ahead of him. Juan hit 5,000. Now he's at 20,000 plus. So, and that's within this year. So, I mean, it's one of them things. If your video goes, I mean, it's just the right video, the right thing. Because here's the thing. I was making the same videos, Tumblr videos, it wasn't like we did anything different. Hit whatever it was, hit that algorithm and it shot up. And it's one of them things. It's like, I guess you're right place, right time. It's like the lottery.
It is, right? If that's the case, I'm never going to win.
Well, I had people, they're like, man, your content is so helpful. They're like, I wish I would have found you. I'm like, I've been on here forever. And then I'm like, and they're like, well, I seen this thing. And I'm like, I'm looking at some of these people. I'm like, that person's got 120,000 subscribers and they don't even know what they're doing. And I'm like, and I'm trying to get 2,000 and it's just, they've got a weird thing. And then some people say too, if you switch your content, like for instance, like where you're doing jokes and then let's say you go to your comic stuff, some people said it changes the algorithm. So it doesn't, they're trying to find more things. So you don't see as many things, but I've been pretty much on the same thing in the print industry. I didn't change like what I was. I mean, I changed where I was printing because I've covered everything. But even for my earlier videos, I've always covered all of that. But I told people, I was like,
I don't know what it is. I was like, mine went up, and now I'm like, I look at my levels and I'm like, boy, I wish my weight was going that way. But
Mine backfired, like rebound in a weird way. Like when I started it, it was to do just dad jokes, have a little fun. Like I've been in the background of YouTube since 2012. Okay. And I started taking this serious a handful of months ago. But I did the dad jokes and it built up. I mean, within 2 months, I got over 100 subscribers. I'll let my daughter hit me in the face with a cake. I should have thought it out first.
yeah, frozen cake.
Frozen. And within another month, I'm now at 179. Like I jumped up 80 more subscribers, but at the same time, my views have started to go down because when I switched from not wanting to be known as just a joke guy, but an actual business channel with, like a business background and comic books and stuff, everyone that had jumped on for wanting to listen to dad jokes were suddenly like, wait a minute, he's not telling
Yeah, this
jokes.
ain't what I chimed in for. And
right.
Yeah,
So,
and that's what reminded me when I started doing the stock ones. And I don't know if that's what really made mine drop, but it's kind of like that. It's like, oh, I only wanted to hear this, but instead of them not listening, it's like they shut it all off.
yeah, right. And then they unsubscribe, because I've had that the last 2 weeks as well. I've had people that were watching my channel regularly telling me, oh, I love the joke. Suddenly they stopped watching and they weren't commenting anymore. And you watch your subscriber list.
Yeah, you watch your subscriber count go the other way, and you're like, maybe if I flip my monitor over, it will just shake it back down.
Yeah, shake it back the other way.
It's an Etch-a-Sketch. Come on, let me reset this.
But
those are people are going to have to Google Etch-a-Sketch now.
I'm pretty confident now, though, that I have I finally am starting to get to the spot where we're going to be switching from I do most of the filming right now with my cell phone because I just moved into my place. We were in the process of getting another studio, a store, another store. And so now I'm getting out my professional photography gear. I'm getting out my cameras. We're getting out the editor. We're doing a intro video. By the way, I love your intro video. Little dog spinning around. Funny. But yeah, we're getting that way. I'm just hoping now that people find the new stuff and start following along and know that, eventually these dad jokes and jokes may end. I'm sorry, everybody, but they may end. It's killing my channel.
There's only so many you can do. Well, see, the other thing that I thought, too, that might be affecting it, too, because recently they started having shorts. Not pants shorts, but my one-line joke. But the short videos where they put it in the short category, and it changes how it is viewed and how your ratings are, too. So when you do the short video, it's not the same as what it used to be as your rating thing, and they count them differently. And that's why, too, it's like anything now, even if I've only got like a minute-long video, I'm like trying to milk it to 3 minutes because I'm like, if it drops it in the short, it doesn't even count towards my other things because I can't put an ad in it. So then and so I'm like, well, let me try to milk this. That's literally why I did because I haven't edited a true intro, but I was like, well, I'll put my dog in there. It was always funny watching her trying to scratch her back. And I'm like, well, that's like a 20-second spin. So that's 20 more seconds in every video that I'm getting now that bumps it up if I'm close on time. But yeah, that's the thing. It's like how they have it. It's weird how they do their things.
Well, I have several new series coming out on YouTube and a secondary channel that I'm not really ready to show anyone yet, but that's something else that's also in the background at the moment. So I'm just hoping that now it builds. Now it brings people in because I think the more information that you give people and the more you kind of help people along, the better it's going to go, right? I'm just kind of sad because I am Canadian and I'm like, did I upset these poor people that came here for a joke? And I didn't.
Let me send you some maple syrup to make up for it. I'm sorry. Yeah, Demo, she might have been trying to scratch your rear. I don't know. I just thought it was funny. So
it's a good way 20 seconds to your video though by adding.
Yeah. Well, and like I said, it was one of the things. Like, I mean, I could edit a thing, but I'm like, well, I don't feel like it, and I was like, this adds more time, and it's something that everyone at least sees and knows. So I'm like, it works. It works.
So what are you editing your videos on? If anybody's watching, what do you edit on?
I use DaVinci. For one, DaVinci's free.
Resolve?
Yeah. I do have was it Premiere or whatever, because I've got the whole Photoshop suite. A lot of people like that better, but like literally time wise and how quick it is, like even a 30-minute video on DaVinci with the computer I have it bumped out in less than 6-7 minutes. So like once I have it on there how I want it, it's like 6 minutes, it's bumped, rendered, ready to go. And to me, it's like that's my quickest thing, because usually like I'll film a bunch of stuff and then Saturday or Sunday I'll literally dump it all on there and just make all the videos really quick and then put them in my thing, and I'll drop 2 videos a week, or depending how the week is. And so I place them just because like I could drop them every single day, but then eventually I'm going to run out of the content. So I always try to drop a video Sunday, and then I try to do Sunday and then Tuesday. I try to let it go, every video go about 2 hours. And then usually I'll drop one on Thursday, which I dropped yesterday and then did this one. So, and then because I try to do my live on Saturday all the time, and then this one was on Wednesday, but I try to fill a live up in between there so that it fills it out, because viewing wise, you're only going to get so many views on a live, especially this one. We're going on 4 hours, but they help on your viewing thing on the monetization stuff. And then the videos, like if they're short videos and they're less than 5 minutes, they're only getting 1 commercial in there. So for pay wise, your goal is 8 to 10 minutes. Then you're getting 3 commercials in there. And so that's the kind of magic number. They do better on that. You could have more and like I've got one video that got loads of views, but the payout on that thing, because it's like a 3.5-minute video, is nothing compared to my 10-minute video that has half the views. So, and it's not that I want to milk the time, but a lot of the stuff too, you can make things longer or you can make it shorter. Like a good example, the ink one that I'll drop when I'm doing the unboxing, it's 3 minutes. I could have milked it and said, hey, here's the brand, blah, blah, blah. I haven't tried the ink yet, so I don't want to give their name if it's junk and let someone go buy it until I test it. So on that one is just literally a quick intro, but it will give me another video to get it out there. And then if it goes good, then we'll go from there.
I'm reading the comments. Some of them are
the longest lie. Yeah. Hey, Rooster and C Block, I will say this, because we're the stock thing. I did get my dividends from Domino's. I got 94 cents because my dividends on Domino's. So they paid me my 94 cents just now. And then my S&P, that came through also. So I got 36 cents on my S&P dividends. Gladstone was 30. My Shaw company was 7. I'm retiring off of 7. So I got 91 cents in free money. Well, it's not free because I paid for it, but that quick. So well, see, the other thing too, DaVinci Resolve's free. Now you can upgrade to the other one. The only difference is like they've got other editing features in it, but I don't use the editing features. So like I don't do color correction. I mean, I'm me. I don't have to look any Vogue. Like I don't need to up the glory look to me. So like I don't use the effects. Like I've used to know how to do that stuff and used to edit video stuff, but I don't do that really anymore. So like I don't care about my color correction, which there are people that do, but to me it's just putting the content out and letting people watch it. So I don't need the color correction. I don't use all the crazy effects. I just record the video. If it works, it works. Like the funny thing, Mike, because I'll say this and get ready to hop off here, but the one video that's kind of funny, it's got some of my lowest views, and it's my least liked video. Like it got 2 thumbs down because it's only 50% approval rating. It was when I snapped my Achilles tendon. Because I was recording when I did that. I was walking and showing people and literally snapped it on live. And so I think it was a 3-minute video because when I hit the ground, eventually I had to shut the camera off because I had to crawl. until I could get near a place to pick myself up. So, but like that one, like apparently someone felt offended when I snapped it because it got more thumbs down. That one's at like 50% approval rating. And I'm like, wow, I thought it was kind of funny, but like I literally snapped my leg on live video and no one thought it was like worth giving it a thumbs up. I was like, at least they could have thumbs up the video and have been like, oh, we feel bad. No, they're like, oh, boo, he snapped it. He didn't die.
Right. He didn't break too. So
Yeah, he didn't break too. Like, it didn't puncture out through the skin. I mean,
right. There's no blood.
Yeah. And so it was kind of one of them things. And it was just, I look at all the videos. I'm like, wow, I figured that one would have had more things. It was kind of elaborate. You hear the snap. So I'm like, wow, you hear everything. And you hear me hitting the ground because when I moved and my leg didn't move, I fell. So you hear a 280-pound person thump the ground. And I thought it'd have been more views.
Wow.
Yeah, Eddie. Like, I mean, some people they cringe, but they gave me a thumb down on the cringe instead of the thumbs up. So, like I said, it's a funny video. Like, I mean, it happened. It's life, nothing I could do. So, I really would have loved to record my cardiac cath, all that went on before and all that. Oh, it was hilarious, but I didn't record on that one because the other thing too. One little side note, like I did a commercial for the. Like a live commercial it's got on YouTube because they did YouTube ads. The hospital did on my first Achilles tendon. That thing's got like 250,000 views. Like they took out TV ads. It's on YouTube ads. I'm in magazines everywhere around here in Tennessee when it happened. And it was weird because when I went in for my heart, the lady that was doing the echogram on my heart, I'm sitting there and of course you're topless and I'm hairy. So they got to shave your chest, as you know, which is weird anyways. But so like they shave me. She's like, I got a question to ask you. And I'm like, okay. Cause I'm like shirtless anywhere. You put that gel on me. And I'm like, what the heck's going on? I'm like, what's your question? She's like, are you the one online and on the videos and on the magazines? And I was like, yeah. Cause I mean, she's like, oh, so you really did snap your ankle? Like, cause I was in there for my heart. And then it was like weird because even too, when I went in, when I'm riding the elevator and all that to go down for my cath, I'm on the walls, like the posters in the elevator. And so they're like, hey, that's you. I mean, it was very weird. Like when you go back there to have surgery and you see yourself, like I literally took photos. To me, it was funny, but it was like people were just like, hey, that's you. And like they had like the telescoping little, I don't know what banners, but they're like 6 foot tall. Well, the photo on that is like huge because just how it was. But it was just like the stuff that they did. To me, it was hilarious, but I mean, it's like I'm going there for surgery, not to kind of talk about like, hey, look, you're the guy here. But literally, that's even when we're walking on the thing. They're like, hey, you're the one on the hospital wall. And it was just kind of hilarious. Let me see if I've got that photo of the last time I was in there. Because it's funny, like it's right in the main entrance, too. So there's like, depending which poster they got up, there's no way to avoid it. So it's like you're walking into at least a 4 foot poster of you or the 6 foot pop-up poster or the magazines that they have laying there. They're on the full covers. So it's kind of...
Hey, Eddie, thank you for subscribing. I just got the notification. Much appreciated.
Well, see, you got one out of it, Mike.
Right?
Considering we only got 3 live right now, that's not bad. That's a 1/3%, 33.3%. So,
Eddie, there is a lot of comic book related stuff coming in the next week or so. I have over 50,000 comic books now ready to be cataloged, and I'm going over them. So you're going to see a lot of it on camera. I haven't even gotten into the toys yet. I haven't gotten into the video games yet. And Monday, I'm going to be filming in my store the beginning stages of everything being remodeled and everything being set up. So, hey, I hope you're watching. It should be entertaining or scary, and I'm going to be bankrupt.
Okay. Here's one of them. This is the
That is cool. Look, and he's got a hoodie on.
yeah, it's literally. Here's another. Had to make it look good, so the hat's a hat.
Picture
But like I said, they did full commercials and all that, and like I've done video commercials, and I've got the O'Charlie's commercial like that was on TV. I actually made one for TV, the whole thing. And I didn't do that much voiceover recording. They had me come back like 3 times to get the commercial online. It was crazy the money they spent on that thing. But it's kind of funny. And they got my whole article which can't read, it's too blurry, but all that writing on there is actually, it's focusing on me, but it's got a whole article on stuff which I'm not a good speaker, as you know. And they brought in like a writer, and he was like, tell me what happened. And then he made it sound good. And then, of course, you got to do the plug for the hospital. So it's like, I chose TriStar Greenwood Medical for like over and over. You had to like get these things. And it was a very interesting commentary. But yeah, it was. And that was the old one. So
you have a lot of cool cards and Beanie Babies. You know, depending on both, Beanie Babies are actually quite expensive depending on the Beanie Babies, especially the McDonald's ones.
Yeah, the
and
princess.
Cards, depending on the cards you have, you could be sitting on a fortune or not. Well, a little bit of a story here for a quick second. I went out and I bought 10,000 Magic the Gathering cards, and that was a month and a half ago. And it turns out they're going to be a nightmare. They're not even going to move. I'm going to have 10,000 cards, products just sitting in my store that I got to try and get rid of. I thought maybe packaging them up and doing some giveaways on the channel and stuff. And right now I know we're going to be doing a lot of live auctions once a week on what people are going to be buying in the store. And a lot of the filming is going to be taken from the store and from other businesses that I run at the same time. So that way people get to know a little bit about me and a little bit about the business. And that way you guys buy all my products. No, I'm kidding about that part. But no, I mean, like, that way you guys can see some of the stuff. And if you're interested in comic books and whatnot, I'm sure you guys can find them. You learn a little bit about it, learn a little bit about the history of comic books, and learn a little bit about what we're doing in the store. I'm actually setting up a whole section of my store that's for kids after school. So that way they don't run around out on the streets and stuff like that. I'm actually going to have a spot in my store where they can pick up older issues and read that are just sitting in the back and play games and do homework, which no kids when they're socializing are going to do homework. I mean, well, at least I wasn't when I was young, but if I had a place to go and chill out after school, I probably wouldn't have went down some of the roads that I did go down. So that's what we're hoping for.
One of the things too, C Block and Eddie, which, I mean, if you haven't subscribed to his channel, he goes into detail on like literally like Marvel Universe. I'm saying it wrong, not Marvel's Incredible Hulk, Masters of the Universe. He literally went into the characters like in depth that I watched that all when I was little and didn't know some of the, like, he goes into a lot of depth that if you want to know more about stuff that, like, I was never, because my reading, I was never a comic person, because unless it was a coloring book comic that had no words, then they weren't reading for me. So like, but he goes into the in depth, like even the storylines about it, like, which is really interesting. Like, and he covers it in a lot of his other videos. So if you haven't watched them, watch them. Like, I might not comment on every video, but I usually will watch every day something that he puts out. Like even on the dad jokes, like that sometimes he was putting 2 and 3 of them out a day. Because that one day I said one of the jokes, I'm like, wait, that wasn't even the newest one. Because I was looking at my phone, it beeped. I'm like, he's got 2 other ones since then. But it's definitely a good channel, and it's very educational if you want to learn stuff on that stuff, because he covers a lot of things. I mean, he even covers stores out. Like, I thought the store interview was amazing.
Well, yeah, I still deal with a lot of companies in the area and a lot of business owners. Like I said, I've been in the business industry forever, and I had friends that were opening up businesses, and they know I was a photographer. But what I'm finding very different is that the quality has changed, because now I'm in front of the camera and not behind the camera. So I'm trying to teach my daughter.
You're trying to get across what you want to see, but you're not. You're
exactly.
on the other end, so you're not. You don't have control of it, and that's what I find. Even when I film my own self, is like one of the biggest things. Like when I do here, like, I mean, I knew how to set up lighting, but usually too, most of the time, like even when they did them photos where I showed you guys, they didn't have my glasses on. I mean, they didn't do that because glasses give reflection. Well, instead of spending the time, like these lights I got in here are set where I went through and made sure, but when you try to set it up on yourself where you can't walk back and forth, it is a nuisance to set everything up and get it exactly how you, because I remember on some of my earlier videos, like Gina complained, she was like, your eyes look like alien things, where the light was reflecting on my glasses and it was casting like where I had hoop lights. And so it was putting halos in my eyes. And it's like, your eyes are creepy. Well, I mean, my eyes are normal, but it was one of the things. It's just little things that if you weren't on the other side of the camera, you would catch on right away. When you're on that side, it's like too, like where you look down on everything. It's kind of like literally where I was talking about China. They just messaged me too, like asking if I had time to go over things. So it's 11:14. But so it's one of the things, it's like you don't pay no attention until you're on the other side and you're like, oh, I wish it was like that. I wish someone had done that. And that's like the camera that I use now. It makes it nice. I've got the forward facing camera. My biggest thing is I know I'm not looking at the lens because where I got it posted. And every week I'm like, I just need to spend the time. I've got the stuff so that it makes me look where I'm looking right. Because it doesn't bother me when I go back and watch the videos. It's like, oh, because someone that's not watching it, looking at it, they're like, oh, he's got no respects. He's looking down the whole time. And I'm looking at the screen to see what everyone's saying, not because I don't have it up there to read it. So it's one of them things. Because when I watched other people's videos when I first started, I'm like, man, they have no respect. They're ignoring the people. And it's not, they're ignoring, it's where the camera's positioned. And it being on the other side, like I don't have no one here to hold that camera. And I've got to have a monitor up here. So unless I position it correct, it ends up with that.
Mr. Rooster is hilarious. Whoever you are,
Yeah.
Mr. Rooster 619, you are absolutely hilarious. I love you, bro. And C Block, yes, just send me a message if you want to talk a little more. I'll be happy to send people your way if you sell Beanie Babies. I don't carry Beanie Babies. This will make Eddie happy. I carry a lot of like Masters of the Universe and G.I. Joe figures and stuff because those are things that I collected as a young man. So, yeah, if you want to get a hold of me about that stuff, by all means, send me a message. I'm always available. I'm always in my office, except for when I'm not.
And he will answer fairly quick. I mean, it only took 6 months to get him on this live tonight, but
6 months.
It took a 6-minute phone call to get him to stop eating ribs and
it took 6 months to get on the show, but now that I'm on this show, we should do it more often.
I think it worked good. I mean, like I said, I don't never worry about even when people, because someone brought up earlier how many were live. So people showed up. That's good with me. That was my number one thing when I first started doing live stuff. Is even earlier when I was killing time waiting for you, I'm like, okay, no one's going to show up. It's just me talking to them. And like, if you don't say nothing and someone turns on to live, then they're like, okay, he's not saying. So you got to talk. And like, I'm talking to myself for 5 minutes looking at the views with no one. So I'm like, hey, how's it going? You look good. Yeah.
And they get on there and they're like, that guy's crazy. He's talking.
Yeah, look at him. He's rubbing his head, doing all the sliding to third.
Does he think he's Madonna?
Yeah. Yeah. Vogue. But
right?
yeah.
But yeah, thank you guys so much. So yeah, Rooster's
Yeah,
out in
4
I
hours.
want to say, well, you're still in Cali, aren't you, Rooster? I mean, 613 is Cali, but I know he's out near. Juan always jokes with where he's at on the Skid Row area, but Rooster's not. But I want to say he's in Cali. Rooster is.
Oh, a lot of people going.
Yeah, because he goes by, like, I know him by AC too. So, but yeah, there a lot of them, like I said, are San Diego. Yeah, that's Cali. So I got it right. See, I pay attention to my people somewhat. Try to.
Pete.
I don't remember everybody. There's so many people, and I don't have everyone's content. Do you have an AC channel already? Oh, he's talking. Yeah, a Rooster doesn't have a lot. Like I think he's got one video on the one thing. If that is, ain't that correct, Rooster? Because I subscribe to everyone that subscribes to me, which that's the other thing, Mike. You got to be careful when you do that because they'll pull subscribers if you do that. Like if you subscribe to me right now and I subscribe to you right back, a lot of times they'll remove that. Now, if you subscribe and I subscribe a few days later, they're fine with it. But if you do subscriber for subscriber, then they're like, hey, something looks up. So like a lot of times what I'll do is like if someone's new subscribes to me, I'll wait a day or two or even a week and then subscribe. So they don't do that thing because I dropped like 100 and something subscribers one day when they did that. And it was just, and it wasn't that, I mean, because I subscribed to them, it was just, that was their way of saying, hey, we don't think these are legit subscribers. And they pull the people. So
I get it. I mean, they don't want you to be able to buy it because like then you could buy your views.
Trust me, I would if I could.
Right.
I'd buy myself to be Mr. Beats and Mr. Beats, if you're out there, please subscribe to me, Mr. Beats. I'll make you an awesome shirt, even though you already got shirts, but
hey, you guys on here, you want to see a couple comics before we get off here and just like a couple quick toys? You guys want to see something? Let us know.
I'm sure they will.
Yeah, I'll grab a few. Hold on.
Yeah, Eddie, I don't know that second word. Elgos. He's gonna show you the banana pickle toy, Rooster.
All right, let's see some of these things. I just grabbed a handful, so I don't even know what's in my hand. Wait, can you see this? I think it's on camera. That's Battle Cat from the Masters of the Universe. This is the newer Origin series. I can't wait to open this on camera. You know, it's really cool. I just bought a $400 Man-at-Arms action figure, and the guy's like, this thing's gonna go up so much money. Whatever you do, don't take it out of the box. And I'm like, sure, man, I won't take it out of the box. He's like, great. I walked out there, I turned and looked at my partner. I said, I'm going home and open this thing on camera. Like, whatever. So, okay, let's go on here. Batman. Issue 500. This comic book is really cool. This is after Bane breaks Bruce Wayne's back. And this actually is the first appearance of Azrael in the bat suit. And it's a new bat suit. Pretty cool. Batman and Robin. It looks like I grabbed a handful of Batman and Robin. So we're just going to go through it. I don't want to take up all of Waldo's time. He's probably trying to go to bed now. It's like 12:30. More Batman. You see these? Yes, Eddie Cringer, Battle Cat. My lab that died last year that we put down was named Cringer because of Battle Cat. We had him for 20 plus years. Well, almost 20 years. He was old, like 16 years old. And here's some more. Now I could go through a bunch, but we'd be here all night. All night. Like I said, there's 75,000 comic books sitting there, and still a ton of toys. All the new classified series from G.I. Joe, they're all here. I'm going to be opening them up one-on-one on camera, and I got a couple extra that I was going to send out to people when I hit some milestones on my YouTube channel. And yeah, I got a lot of stuff coming this week. Just be patient. It's coming.
That's really cool. But Mike, it has been great, guys. Again, which all you guys on here, I've seen it, but I'm going to say it again for anyone who might be listening later on this video. Mike's subscription is down below, guys, to his channel. So if you aren't already subscribed, click that link. I took it from the page earlier, so it is the direct link, the top one on there. It's Mike the Entrepreneur link. It's the YouTube one. Click there, guys. If you're not subscribed to his channel already, it will take you there. Subscribe to him. Watch some of his stuff, guys. Literally, if you just want to hear the jokes, put it on autoplay where it loops to every video. And especially if you watch his earlier ones, because that's what he started doing, it will loop them up until about a month ago, 2 months ago when he did some of the others. But do that, guys. If you're interested, subscribe to his channel. You guys will definitely like it. He does great stuff, great jokes, and his stores and his other videos, guys, are really cool. Watch them. I've watched all of them, guys. But if you haven't seen his stuff, check him out, guys. Mike does amazing stuff. He's also in Canada. If anyone's new and didn't know that, but
Hey.
gotta throw that one in. Yeah, Rooster, I'm still going to do the giveaway in the future. I'm just waiting for that number. That's what I was talking about earlier. It seems like to get 150 subscribers wouldn't be that bad when I hit almost 2,000, but 150 is taking over 4 months. So when I hit that milestone, Rooster, we'll do that.
All right, everyone. Well, thank you very much for coming out and spending time. Hey, Waldo, I hope we do this again very soon. It was actually fun.
Yeah, definitely will, Mike. I had fun. I enjoyed going over everything, enjoyed and talking, and glad you're able to make it on such short notice because it was really short. So.
I'm usually always I'm near my office, or I'm near one of the buildings where I can be in any of my offices at a moment's notice. I mean, I'm always close to work. I should probably be at home spending time with the family, but hey, you know, it is what it is.
Now they've got a video that they can chat with you. Go back and watch.
Right. Go watch the video if you want to see me. That's where everybody else sees.
It's multilingual. We're covering Canada and English and Spanglish and whatever other languages I can speak. So, but
do a big group chat. Get a whole bunch of people out here. I think it's allowed up to 10 people or something. We should just have a great big group.
That's what I'm going to try to do one of the times. Like literally, it's, believe it or not, it's harder than it looks to get people sometimes on here. Like literally, like every time, like during the midweek one, I try to get someone on the live, and it is harder than you would think to get people that want to go on and chat or feel comfortable, like, or just talking. So,
hey, if you need it again, by all means, man, message me anytime. I'm happy to come on with you.
Thanks again, and thanks everyone for subscribing, guys. So we're gonna head on out now, and thanks a lot, Mike. Thanks for all the.
All right.
Thank you, guys. Peace out, guys.